What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Monday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Big thanks for tuning in. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. You've also got your app. Download it, take it on the go. Smart devices, smart speakers like your Alexa devices, and, of course, the video stream up and rolling on YouTube here this morning. What do we have on our game plan before we head off for the weekend? We're going to talk some Brewers. Brewers getting set to take on the New York Yankees. And not only is it, kind of a tough series here for the Brewers with the power-hitting Yankees. But, Mike, you got some interesting youngsters going to be playing in this series. On the New York side of things, the Yankees, they're going to be calling up another 6'7" slugging prospect. According to reports, they're going to be calling up their 6'7" prospect, Spencer Jones. So, you're going to have two behemoths in the outfield for the Yankees with Aaron Judge and Spencer Jones. So, you got that. But also from the Brewers side of things here, it's the trio. We got to come up with a nickname for this trio because it's going to be a tough test. There's no doubt about it for these young pitchers of Mizorowski, Kyle Harrison, and Logan Henderson. But I think these three need a nickname. All right, we need to come up with the trio here, with a nickname for this trio here. But nonetheless, it should be a good test for these guys, for these pitchers, these young pitchers that, the prospects of these three or the potential of these three is I think unlimited. Now Mizorowski has a little bit more experience, but I think it's fair to say has a little bit more room to grow and continue to get better, right? Obviously, Kyle Harrison has been off to a really good start. Logan Henderson was talked about as a potential one of the rookies to watch this year, and he's getting another shot, another start here for the Crew. So there's a lot of different storylines surrounding this series between the Brewers and the Yankees. So let's preview it and such with it beginning today, off day yesterday for the Crew. So they'll be back at it tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Tomorrow, 6:10. And then on Mother's Day, 1:10 first pitch before the Brewers, again, will have a Monday off. And then the Padres come to town. So a couple series here with the Brewers. Going to be a tough test here. So, but we'll talk about that and talk a lot about some baseball here this morning. So you can give us your thoughts, your analysis on how you preview this series between the Brewers and the Yankees. You can join in on the Section 105 chat room that is already up and rolling. Joe and Barbara over there on our YouTube station. So make sure you click that subscribe, that follow button over there and join in on the chat. So what else do we got on the docket here? We'll catch up with Dr. Austin Croce of Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for a little inside the training room just under an hour from now. Also after that, Brandon Berg will be joining us all the way through the finish line. So we'll catch up on some local sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Speaking of which, the Blue Gold baseball team yesterday began the WAG tournament. They did fall, but they'll be going up against Whitewater today. And then the Blue Gold softball team will begin their WAG tournament run today too. So got that along with a plethora of prep action to get to. So Brandon will break it all down for us for our local sports roundup. We'll do a little AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, or Full Throttle. That'll be coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. And then, of course, we'll do a little cream of the crop. Hoops-wise, if you've been following the NBA playoffs, you've got the Thunder that picked up a win to take a 2-0 lead against the Lakers. The Pistons picked up a win to take over the Cavs to take a 2-0 lead in their series as well. Carolina just continuing their run in the Stanley Cup playoffs. They take down the Flyers and now have a commanding lead in their series 3-0. So we might throw a little football chat here too. Just across the border, the Vikings adding another wide receiver, Juwan Jennings, a 1-year deal worth up to a cool $13 million. So Juwan Jennings, formerly of the 49ers, is now going over to the Minnesota Vikings to pair up with, obviously, Justin Jefferson, and you got Addison and such. So, but a little bit of a bigger receiver going over there for the Vikings. So we may throw a little football chat in here as well. Speaking of football, I saw this, and I don't know about this. Like, I love me some Lambeau Field. I don't know if anybody else saw this, but so this was a thing done by, what was it? It was a finding or a study or whatever you want to call it, and a lot of it was based off of Google reviews and such. And I believe it was, Canada Sports Betting has this on here. And I know it was a little bit ago, but still, the most uncomfortable stadiums and the most comfortable. You want to know the stadium that, and now this is between basketball, it looks like basketball, NBA, NFL, and MLB. You want to know the stadium that tied for the most comfortable? Lambeau Field. Lambeau Field tied with Lucas Oil Stadium where the Colts play. And a couple notes on it said modernized for Lambeau, partial coverage, solid comfort. Wrigley finished third best, but even with the bleacher seats at Lambeau Field, I'm surprised that they were listed as tied with Lucas Oil Stadium. Right? Yeah, I mean, they're a little surprising to me, to be honest with you, because I thought with the bleachers they would have gotten knocked down. A couple other ones noted on here. Target Field actually rated very high. So I'm just going to start. Like Lambeau Field and Lucas Oil Stadium were ranked 100, which means they were the most comfortable, okay? Because one's going to be the least comfortable. So Target Field was at 83. Open air, moderate, weather, which was interesting for me, weather, because, again, depending on, I think, the season, you're going to be watching baseball and such. But nonetheless, if you're looking at some other Wisconsin ones, where did, like, the Fiserv Forum and American Family Field place on this list? Well, if we're looking at this thing, again, it's just kind of a fun little topic to look at. Fiserv Forum finished 44th. So, I mean, they're in the top half of least comfortability. Modern but urban access friction, whatever the heck that means. American Family Field finished 22nd. Retractable roof helps, but seating tightness persists, which I find kind of funny. I get it with the seating tightness, but obviously these people, or whoever did this study, I don't think has gone to a Lambeau Field game in December or January, because you want to talk about seating tightness? Yeesh. And the other part of it is like Arrowhead right after American Family Field, 23rd, noise and weather exposure. So that's what they got rated badly. Noise, it is a very loud stadium, but weather exposure. Hello, Green Bay, come on. But so I don't know if this was just a bunch, if it's Google reviews and very populated by Packers fans and such. But I love me some Lambeau Field. I don't know if I'd put it down there for comfortability on the bleachers. The upper section, the new one, yeah, I like that up there for sure. But let's have a kind of a fun conversation. What do you, if you could kind of change or add or remodel your favorite stadiums, whether it's Lambeau or American Family Field or the Fiserv Forum or such, what's your favorite part about it? What's your least favorite parts about it? What would you change? What would you add? That sort of thing. Just kind of have a little fun conversation. I don't know if I can agree with Lambeau as being one of the most comfortable ones out there. I'm sorry. Been there enough. Been there plenty of times. I love it. I get chills every time I go there. It's one of my favorite places in this planet, and I know I haven't traveled a whole lot, but gosh darn it, I don't know if I could put it up there for comfortability. unless we're talking straight up on the new section on the top there. But anywho, just have a little fun with that one. All right, let's have a little fun conversation with that. So, but all right, that's your game plan. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our first break and then the lead off. Let's talk some Brewers and Yankees getting set for this series. Let's preview it, shall we? We'll take our first break and be back here in just a couple minutes. Dings, dents, or something more serious? Hey, don't stress about it. Just head to Superior Auto Body right here in Eau Claire. From minor touch-ups to major collision repair, they are your go-to team for getting your vehicle back to looking like new. With experienced technicians and attention to every detail, Superior Auto Body takes pride in doing the job right the first time. So when life happens to your vehicle, trust the team that Eau Claire drivers rely on. That's Superior Auto Body, your go-to place for all of your auto body needs. All right, let's get it rocking and rolling here this morning, shall we? Let's talk some baseball to open up this thing. Brewers, Yankees coming to American Family Field in Milwaukee. And, well, tonight's matchup, you want to talk about a pitching matchup. Hey, buddy, Max Fried, Jacob Misiorowski. Max, depending on, I was looking at, I think it was MLB Network, one of their commentators and analysts always does, is it Plesac? I think it does. Don't quote me exactly for that, but he always comes out weekly top starting pitchers, and Max is the top one on there. No Brewers, by the way, but nonetheless, a big-time matchup going up against these two pitchers tonight. So if you're going to the game tonight, you're going to be treated, hopefully, to a stellar matchup, but hopefully, right, a win for the crew. But Yankees, obviously, nobody on their roster has, or nobody within their main starting lineup has any experience going up against the Miz kid. But that should be a fun one with like Aaron Judge going up against Jacob Misiorowski, right? So on the flip side, a little bit of experience, not a ton. You're talking about a game's worth for a lot of these hitters going up against Max. And so not a whole lot to write about. Jackson Chourio is 2 for 4 with an RBI. Other than that, you're talking about like 3 ABs. Gary Sanchez is 2 for 3 with a couple RBIs against him. So, again, nothing really to write home about between these two lineups, and you're going to find that throughout this thing. But, I mean, the Yankees are 26 and 12 coming into this thing. They're on top of the American League East right now. So, and the Brewers currently 19 and 16 in their division, and right now 4th, because you got the Cubbies, you got the Cardinals who are 3.5 back, the Pirates who are 5 back, and the Brewers who are 5.5 back, and the Reds who are 6 back right now. But you want to talk about run differentials and such. The Yankees are the tops in all of Major League Baseball. The number 1 team, 81 plus 81, and they're playing some solid baseball here as of late too. They are 8-2 in their last 10 games. So going back to the matchup here with Max on the mound, looking at what he has done lately, he's coming off of a no decision going up against Baltimore, where he went 5 1/3, did give up 3 earned runs, 6 hits, 3 walks, had 6 strikeouts. But the month of April, pitched in 5 games, he was 2-1 with a 2.91 ERA. His last 2 games in April didn't give up a single earned run. And that was when he began the month of April, giving up 3 earned runs against Miami, 3 earned runs against Tampa Bay, and 5 earned runs against the Angels. So, yeah, calmed down nicely after that, right? His first 2 games in the month of March, though, no earned runs over there, too. So far this year, when you look at Fried, I mean, you're talking about opponent's batting average too. He's only given up a 176 opponent's batting average. So Misiorowski, this is like the game of 6'7" dudes with the Miz, and I think Judge is 6'7". Spencer Jones is gonna be called up 6'7". I mean, I feel like we're gonna be watching a basketball game with some of these guys out on the field here. But Misiorowski's coming off of a win in his latest starts, going up against Washington, back on the first, where he went 5 1/3, no earned runs, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, 0 hits. That was the game he had the no going and had the cramp in his hamstring. So coming off of a very, very, very good performance outside of that cramp issue. So, but again, you're talking about 2 fantastic pitchers. Max obviously has been around a little bit longer than the Miz kid, but you're talking about Misiorowski, one of the best young starting pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. And this is another big moment for him. And this is a kid that we've seen, especially last year, has not shied away from big moments, big games, whether it was the hype up of Paul Skeens matchup or Clayton Kershaw or postseason or even opening day this year. This is a guy. And Jacob Misiorowski, I think, we can point to a lot of things that have impressed us about him. one of the tops for me is this is a dude who does not shy away from the spotlight. This is a guy that seems like more times than not has embraced and really performed well in big-time matchups. And this is a big one, too, going up against Max, going up against his lineup of the Yankees. I think he's up to the challenge. It's just, can his offense give him that support? Give him that run support. That's going to be the biggest issue in this game. Luckily, with Max being a left-handed pitcher, the Brewers do have Jackson Chirio and Andrew Vaughn back, so they'll have them in the lineup, I would imagine, going up against Max to be a very right-handed heavy lineup. So moving on then to previewing Saturday's game between the Brewers and Yankees. We're going to have Kyle Harrison is going to get the starts for the Brew Crew. And there we go. Cam's going on the side. Cam Schlitter for the Yankees, and he's off to a really, really good start here too. 5-1 with a 1.52 ERA. An insanely good start to the season. You're talking about another fantastic pitching matchup. Now Harrison, there's some hitters that actually have a little bit of experience going up against Harrison. You know, obviously with the Red Sox and such, but McMahon's got 12 career at-bats, just 167 against him. Rosario, 6 at-bats, 333. But you're looking at Kyle Harrison here, who's 3-1 so far in the season with a 2.12 ERA. He's coming off of a win against Washington where he went 6 innings, 1 earned run, 7 hits, 5 strikeouts. Before that was another win against Pittsburgh. 6 innings, 1 hit, 12 strikeouts, no earned runs, 1 walk. But as we mentioned with Cam, this guy is, again, having an unbelievable start to the season here. 5-1, and he's coming off of a win against Baltimore back on the 4th where he went 5 2/3, 7 hits, 1 earned run. In fact, he has not allowed more than 1 earned run since April 12th. So we're approaching a month since he last gave up more than 1 earned run. And that was April 12th against Tampa Bay when he gave up 3 earned runs. And then on April 7th, he gave up 3 earned runs against the Athletics. Other than that, it's been 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Nada. Not a ton of runs going up against him. So another very, very fun pitching matchup, but a very tough test for a Brewers offense. That is probably one of the biggest weaknesses so far, right? I think we could all agree with that. It's shown in flashes, right? It's not been like non-existent. I wouldn't compare it to that Brewers offense from a few years ago when they lost like to the Braves. Was it the Braves in their postseason where you couldn't just buy a hit? And the other one was it Councils last year, I think. The season that Brandon Woodruff got hurt right before, where their offense was just like they were struggling here too. I would say the offense is better now, but still, you might want a little bit more power and such. So, and then on Sunday, we get Logan Henderson making another start here for the Brew Crew, and Carlos Rodon's going to be making his debut, his season debut. It looks like that's at least what it's on the schedule here. So, obviously, looking at kind of with the numbers that he had last year, the dude was 18-9 on the season. So, you're talking about really good pitching matchups between these two ball clubs. A little bit more established from the Yankees side of things, whereas the Brewers, they're going with their trio of youngsters. I think when you look at keys to victory or key matchups in this thing, is it going to be the veteran side of things with Max and Carlos obviously making his debut, but then you got Cam, who is a youngster too. He's 25 years old. And that's another dude who's like listed at 6'6". So I mean, you're talking about big dudes in this series. Which pitching matchup, which starting trio All right, which starting trio is going to have the best performance? Which offense is going to help out more? I mean, right now you're probably thinking the Yankees offense has the better chance. But can this Brewers pitching staff shut down this offensive line? I think that, to me, is the biggest key in this whole thing. Can this pitching staff not allow any big-time damage, not allow a lot of home runs, not allow big-time hits? When we look at, kind of the standings of everything and the numbers in terms of home runs given up, okay? The Brewers are the team that have given up the fewest amount of home runs from their pitchers this year. 28. Ironically, the Yankees are right behind them at 31. They're tied for third. Pittsburgh's there at 29. Miami's at 31. So on the flip side, when you look at it from an offensive standpoint, the team with the most home runs is, of course, the New York Yankees. So which one is going to kind of maybe come out this weekend? Who's going to have the advantage? Is it going to be the Brewers pitching staff that has given up the fewest amount of home runs, or is it going to be the Yankees offense that has hit the most home runs? In terms of, some other kind of numbers here, just looking at this, the Brewers, in terms of earned runs, fourth best in their pitching staff. But the Yankees are tied for first. So Brewers have a lot of great things with their pitching staff, have a lot of really good numbers, but the Yankees pitching staff has good numbers on there too. I mean, the Yankees pitching staff opponent's batting average is 222, Brewers 231. Strikeouts, let's take a look at where this. So the Yankees have the ninth most strikeouts at a 331. The Brewers, where are the Brewers on this list? Why can't I find? Oh, Brewers are 10th on here too. So, yeah, Yankees aren't that far, or in fact are ahead of them in a lot of these pitching statistics. I mean, the best ERA in all of baseball is the New York Yankees at a 3.04, the Brewers 3.60. Let's maybe find some splits here for home games. Let's do that. So Brewers, if we look at it, the numbers just at American Family Field, the Brewers have the 8th best ERA at a 3.35. The Yankees on the road this year, 3.70. It's about middle of the pack. Home runs now. This is where it gets a little bit dicey here. Brewers are middle of the pack. So at American Family Field, they have given up 19 home runs. That's 15th in the league. 15th. So, yeah. Let's go hitting on the road. Let's see if we can away games here for the Yankees, just to give it a little bit of a perspective here. So on the road, the Yankees, that's actually, Brewers on the road are dead last in home runs, and it's kind of embarrassing. 5. They're the only team in single digits. Oh, man. But anyways, the Yankees on the road, 8th, 24 home runs, 8th best in Major League Baseball. What about home games for the Brewers? Yankees are top, so by the way, at home, 37 compared to 30. So, by the way, the Brewers, middle of the pack, they're 16th. So, they at least hit the home run ball at their stadium, which they should at American Family Field, since it's a little bit of a home run park in that. But get it. You would think the Brewers have the pitching advantage, but how things line up and just the overall staff so far from the Yankees, they're not far off, and in fact are ahead of the Brewers in a lot of categories here. So maybe the key to victory in this whole thing isn't necessarily the Brewers pitching staff going up against the Yankees offense. Maybe it's the wild card key to this. I think is can the Brewers offense give them any run support? That to me is going to be the wild card thing in this. Can they put up a crooked number? Can they put up an adequate amount of runs in each game to help support their pitchers, their starting staff? If they could get out there and get an early lead, and they have that lead, say going into the 7th, I'm not fully comfortable because this is a Yankees offense that can change the tide in an inning. I mean, with their power and such. But I feel like the bullpen, with some of their off days and the rain day, they're going to be well rested. You hand it off to a McGill and a Uribe and such. I feel good about it. I'm not 100% confident in it because of the Yankees offense. But I think that's the wild card key in this thing, is that the Brewers offense, you got to be able to put up some runs in this thing. Put some pressure on this Yankees defense like you do a lot of other teams. Find those gaps. Maybe get that pitch count up for some of these starters, because you are going up against some really good starters. And take advantage of any miscues that you may see from this Yankees team. Take advantage of any miscues. All right, we got to take a quick break, but plenty more looking at this series. I want to throw a question out to you between Mizorowski, Logan Henderson, and Kyle Harrison. If you had to place like a futures bet, or right now, maybe not right now, but futures bet on, okay, this is going to be the guy. This is going to be the guy that I'm going to have the most confidence in when he's out there on the mound. I think a lot of people are going to probably pick Mizorowski, but is this the trio that you could see leading the Brewers for the next few years? Like, these are the top three. This is the Corbin Burns, the Freddie Peralta, Brandon Woodruff trio that we got to see for a little bit. Is this the next trio waiting in the wings here? We got to come up with a nickname for these guys. But, all right, I'm running a little behind. Got to take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Summer is right around the corner, and that means it's time to get outdoors, to make some memories, and be ready for whatever the season brings. That's where Tilden Gun comes in. Whether you are gearing up for target practice, heading to the range, or preparing for your next outdoor adventure, Tilden Gun has the selection and expertise to get you set up right. From firearms and ammunition to accessories and safety gear, they've got everything you need, all backed by knowledgeable service that you can trust. At Tilden Gun, it's not just about what you buy, it's about making sure that you feel confident, informed, and ready every time that you head out. So this summer, don't just enjoy the outdoors, be prepared for it. Stop by Tilden Gun today and see why they are the trusted name for shooters and outdoor enthusiasts alike. Let's continue to talk some more Brewers Yankees as we get set for this 3-game series starting tonight. So we've got Jacob Misiorowski, Max Fried going on the mound. What a really good pitching matchup between these two. Right now, Misiorowski's got 59 strikeouts on the season. Max has 43. Misiorowski with a 1.00 whip. Max 0.89. Each of them have issued 15 walks. Misiorowski 2.84 ERA. Max 2.39. Max has the 4-1 record, whereas Miz 2-2. But he does have, don't let that record fool you. He's got some quality starts on there too, going back to that Boston game for sure. And yes, he had issues with the walk in that final inning of his, but you kind of really break it down in that he's definitely, I think, honestly, when you look at Jacob Misiorowski so far this season with those numbers, I think he's and I know it's not a ton of games. It's just 7 games. And, once we get a few more under there, it'll kind of maybe the numbers, especially the ERA, won't jump up so high and so low depending on, outings and such. It'll kind of even itself out with a few more games on there. But I'll be honest, I've maybe been a little bit more impressed with what we've seen from Misiorowski this year. Obviously we saw a lot of good things from him last year. Inconsistency, though, at times. But I've probably been just a little bit more impressed with what we've seen so far from him. And, I still had high expectations for Misiorowski this year. But I thought, okay, maybe still some of the inconsistencies that we saw from last year. And I don't know. From what I've watched, I mean, you look at his games, the most amount of runs he's given up in a single game, earned runs, has been 3. And it was that Boston game where he was pitching lights out until that 6th inning when he had issues with the walks. Other than that, and then he had, 3 earned runs against Pittsburgh back on the 25th when he went 6 innings. But even in those games, 10 strikeouts against the Red Sox, 9 strikeouts against Pittsburgh. That's it. The most he's given up is 3, which is honestly not that bad. And the fact that we have a few games now too where, his pitch counts 94, 101, 97, 91. It's been a little bit better than what I kind of thought it was going to be this year so far from Misiorowski, and I hope that continues to go for the rest of the season, but maybe even get a little bit better going forward. And, Kyle Harrison, who I was really excited to watch this year before the season began. He was the pitcher that I was like, okay, this is going to be maybe the surprise pitcher or the surprise player this year. And he came in with some flair, some talk, and was the prize jewel of the trade package with Boston. And I think he has shown exactly why there was a lot of excitement surrounding him. You want to talk about a guy that doesn't give up a ton? The most earned runs he's given up in a single game has been 2. He's done it twice, but 2. And the last time he has given up 2 earned runs, you got to go back to April 11th. And yes, I know he missed his starts, since then too, just because of the ankle issues and such. But you're talking about a guy that's given up 1 earned run, 2 earned runs, 2 earned runs, 1 earned run, no earned run, 1 earned run. He's been lights out, strikeouts, fantastic to watch. A lot of fun to watch. And I'll even say to him, like, I thought this was a guy that was going to have a very solid year, a surprising year. But even what we've seen so far from him has impressed me maybe just a little bit more too. You know, if with a younger pitcher opening up the season, maybe you see some growing pains, kind of like a Brandon Sproat, right? You know, Brandon Sproat began his season, and we saw some struggles early on. Kind of thought that was going to be the case for Harrison, but Harrison is proving he definitely belongs, that he is a major league pitcher, and the sky is the limit for this kid going forward. I mean, just the duo of a Mizorowski and a Logan Henry, or excuse me, of a Kyle Harrison would get anybody excited on any team. And then you add in Logan Henderson, who we're going to see on Sunday. To me, he is one of the 5 best starting pitchers on this organization, in this organization. And I would love to be able to see him stay with the ball club. And I think on Sunday, if he goes out there and he pitches well, he has a quality start, the Brewers have to find a way to keep him in that rotation. I know Brandon Woodruff coming back. They're going to have Brandon Woodruff in there, and I want Brandon Woodruff in there. I don't want to come off by saying, you know, Logan Henderson should be above Brandon Woodruff, but this is, I think, a huge moment for Logan Henderson on Sunday's game. If he can go out there and kind of quiet that lineup, that Yankees lineup, I think that's going to go a long ways towards solidifying his spot in this rotation. And he's coming off that game against Washington. He got charged with the loss, but he went 6 innings, giving up 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, didn't give up a single walk. And his only other game was back on April 4th, where he started it, but he only pitched a couple innings. It was that doubleheader. I think, to me, Logan Henderson is a part of the top 5. If we use the Matt LaFleur, the 5 best will play, Logan Henderson to me is a top 5 starting pitcher on this team. And I think he could really solidify that if he goes out there on Sunday against a Yankees lineup and has himself a fantastic outing. And it's Mother's Day. Brewers pitcher, I mean, you got the Bill Hall, you got the Freddie Peralta history with Mother's Day and such. We're probably due to have another Mother's Day moment with the Brewers, right? Right. All right, let's take our final break as we wrap up the first quarter, the first hour. We'll be right back after these quick words. It's another 3-day sale going on at our friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire starting today through Sunday. So if you want to take advantage of buy one, get one free Frito-Lay, Cheetos, Frito Snacks, or canned dips, $2.48, Chips Ahoy, cookies, $3.99, bakery fresh iced or old-fashioned cinnamon rolls, 4 for $6, Tostitos, party pizza or pizza rolls. Ooh, pizza rolls right now. That actually does sound good. So you got Gatorade for $4.99, 6 or 8-pack bottles. I mean, there's a ton of good deals here. Make sure you're always following the Hy-Vee Facebook page for the latest and greatest in deals, especially if it's a 1-day sale or a 3-day sale. So also put it on your calendar. Free breakfast for veterans and active military members coming up on Wednesday, May 20th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And veterans and active military members, every Wednesday in May, enjoy coffee, free coffee, courtesy from our good friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We've got the Brew Crew podcast chiming in on our Section 105 chat, saying with Ben Rice, DTD, and out the last 4, I'm wondering the Yanks just throw him on the DL, which is better for the Brewers. Well, that's where it kind of goes back to that the Yankees are set, according to MLB.com, set to call up Spencer Jones, their slugging prospect, another 6'7" prospect coming up here. And, I mean, this is why we were kind of talking a little bit about you want to talk about height in this game or in this series. Aaron Judge and now Spencer Jones in the outfield, corner spots in the outfield. You throw in a little Miz kid at 6'7". There's a lot of height in this thing. You could probably put together a solid basketball squad on this thing and probably put up some impressive numbers. So, yeah, it seems like he's going to be making his debut this weekend in Milwaukee. So, was having a little fun with the stadium question. Also, Brew Crew podcast said about 6 feet on either side of a typical chair, reclining chairs, just more room between everything. Nice. So, might have a little fun with that topic coming up a little bit later on. So, all right, send me your cream of the crops. Who are your cream of the crops from the past week? Share it with the rest of us. We'll get to ours coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, along with the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll get to Local Sports Roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center a little bit later on when our guy Brandon Berg joins us. I know we've got Blue Gold Baseball. They did fall to lacrosse yesterday. They're going up against Whitewater today in the WIAC tournament. Blue Gold Softball starts their WIAC tournament run going up against Stevens Point later on today too. So, plus we've got a plethora of high school action. So we'll get Brandon on to break it all down for us there. We'll get back to more Brewers talk as well as we get set for this series going up against the Evil Empire. Are the Yankees still the Evil Empire, or have we given that title to the Dodgers now at this point? Or are there 2 Evil Empires, one in the National League, one in the American League? But we'll talk more Brewers with Brandon when he joins us coming up a little bit later on. We've got Dr. Crow joining us here just past top of the hour for our Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine inside the training room. So I want to get his thoughts on Brandon Woodruff again now that we know a little bit more. Maybe he has an idea of what exactly was maybe kind of going on with that shoulder of his. So we'll talk to Dr. Crow and get the expert advice from him coming up just past the top of the hour here. So continue to join in on the conversation, whether it is on the Section 105 chats with the crew over there, or hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. So, all right, shot clock is going to cut me off here, so we'll take our quick break. We've got some news updates, and then we're going to kick off the second hour, the second quarter on this Friday morning with a little Inside the Trading Room brought to you by Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. We'll be right back. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Gosh, not Tuesday. I don't know why I had Tuesday on my mind, but big thanks for hanging out with us and making us part of your start. We're going to get to Mr. Brandon Berg coming up in a little bit. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with Brandon. Also our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle, and a little cream of the crop. Plenty more Brewers talk as we get set for this 3-game series going up against the Yankees as well. But we kick off this hour as we normally do every Friday morning, catching up with the good doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for a little inside the training room. Good morning, Austin. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, and it is definitely Friday, just to be clear.
Definitely Friday, so thank gosh, because I'm ready for the weekend. I don't know about you. So.
I'm like, I can't go back to Tuesday. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no. So, hey, speaking of baseball and such, I want to start in that area. Brandon Woodruff, who I know we talked a little bit about last week. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he's going to be back here soon, but they did say that he had a minor procedure to relieve or I guess get liquid out of his shoulder. And I know we kind of talked about his shoulder issue last week and what potentially it could be. So when you hear that he had that type of procedure, does anything kind of pop up in your mind and kind of wonder what exactly maybe he was going through with that shoulder issue?
Yeah, I mean, so I read that, and that has me scratching my head. I mean, we generally don't drain fluid from shoulders. Much more common in other joints in the body, namely the knee. I mean, that's probably the most common joint that we use the term aspiration or drain fluid. Now, occasionally you'll see an aspiration done in a shoulder, but those are really kind of rare circumstances. I almost wonder if someone's conflating an aspiration with an injection. Maybe he had a cortisone injection or some other type of injection in the shoulder, because it is very atypical to drain fluid from a shoulder. I mean, the amount of fluid in a shoulder joint is generally very small. And so if there's enough fluid to drain, you usually have a really, really big problem. So, I mean, could there have been fluid drain? Yes, but that would suggest something very serious. And they're very much making it sound like it's not a serious thing. So I have to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure what they're talking about on that one, because, again, it's just a very atypical procedure.
So obviously or maybe this sounds like something to really kind of monitor whenever he does return to the mound. And if that's something that continues to happen, it sounds like maybe something really serious is going on then.
Yeah, very much so. But like I said, the timeline doesn't matter, because on one hand they're saying it's minor and he should be back fairly soon. On the other hand, they're saying they aspirated it, which or drained fluid, AKA. So I think one of those two things is not accurate. I guess we'll put it that way, in my opinion. Now, is it possible? But again, the circumstances where we aspirate a shoulder are just very, very rare. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Staying with the Brewers, and one pitcher that we're not going to see again this year is Angel Zerpa. He's going to have Tommy John, it sounds like. But what I want to ask you is, because earlier in the week they said that he was debating on whether to have the surgery or not. Is there another option for a pitcher to come back and maybe rehab that injury instead of having Tommy John surgery? Or what would they, maybe besides retirement, what are some other things that they could be kind of contemplating instead of surgery?
Yeah, so UCLs, aka the Tommy John ligament, are a little bit different than some of the other ligament injuries we deal with in the body. A lot of them are relatively black and white. Like if you have an MRI, it generally is going to show on a knee, for example, a completely torn ACL or not torn ACL. And so we tend to have more of a black and white picture with a lot of the ligaments that we deal with. The elbow is very different because a lot of these UCL injuries are attritional. Now, there may be an event that actually triggers it to go further, so like an acute on chronic event. But a lot of times you look at the MRI and you're like, okay, there's some damage, but there's still some fibers intact. So you're left with this gray area. And this is, dealing with my own patients, this is something that we talk about. It's like, look, we see this damage to the UCL, and just because you have damage to the UCL doesn't mean you have to have a reconstruction or repair. So you absolutely have the option to try to rehab it. In some pitchers that works. Sometimes they're able to strengthen it. So you can't strengthen the ligament, right? There is no ligament exercise. There's no ligament supplement. There's no ligament, exercise that can build it back up. So it's basically, whatever healing can occur will occur, but you can compensate by increasing strength and range of motion in the shoulder, and then also increasing strength in the flexors on the wrist, because the wrist and forearm muscles will stabilize the medial side of the elbow as well. And for some people, that imparts enough additional stability where now the small partial tear is not an issue. Conversely, some people rehab the heck out of it and just never get better. Now, those are the patients, then you start saying, okay, we failed conservative treatment, meaning the physical therapy, stretching, strengthening, all that stuff. Now you're talking about doing a procedure in the elbow. And we've talked about this in the past. The two main options are repair versus reconstruction. If the ligament is completely blown and looks like trash, then you just say, look, we need to start from scratch. If there are some fibers intact, then you have the option of doing a repair, and that's where they do the internal brace procedure, where we put anchors in this suture. It's basically the suture tape, so it's a really strong suture that lays across there, and it also basically has kind of these collagen growth factors that are on it that help the ligament healing correctly. So that's really the foreground. So when these guys get these second, third, fourth opinions, sometimes it seems like they see a lot of docs. Often they'll get that discussion of like, all right, have we rehabbed this appropriately? And if they have, then they say, okay, we failed that option. Let's talk surgery. Then you have that repair versus reconstruction discussion. And I mean, repair is a very nice option when they're good candidates, because they do tend to heal faster, and the outcomes in the right patient look like they're about identical. So, and I have not seen if they've said if he's going to be a full Tommy John reconstruction or if they're talking about a repair. But if it's a repair, the recovery time is cut not quite in half, but substantially decreased.
Interesting. So I know he's not a Twin anymore, but Carlos Correa, and I know we've talked about him before in the past with his ankle injuries and such. Well, this is a different ankle now, is his other ankle, the left one, but apparently he ruptured a tendon in his ankle and in the batting cages of all places too, just getting some BP work in. And he said he heard a pop and he's going to have surgery and he's done for the year. What tendon in that ankle do you think that happened to where he's going to be done for the year and he could hear that pop in the batting cage?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say for sure. I mean, one of the more common ones would be an injury to what we call the perineal tendon. So they run on the outer side behind your fibula, or like kind of the knob on the side of your ankle. There's two of them that run, the brevest and the longest, that run back behind there, and they each kind of have different responsibilities for ankle stability and foot motion. But the most common injury would be you kind of roll the ankle or put a basically like a varus stress on the ankle, and then they can actually sublux. So they'll tear a ligament, and then it kind of pops and dislocates. So those tendons then can snap and move, and often there'll be a tear within them. So basically a longitudinal split. So what we have to do is we have to make an incision on the side of the ankle. We have to repair the sheath of what we call the retinaculum. So you do a retinacular repair, and if you see a tear in the tendon themselves, you'll stitch that up as well. So that's probably the most common one, but I'd say by a mile. Now, you can have other ligaments that are injured, but in this case, when we're talking tendon, that's probably the most commonly injured tendon. So my guess is that is the case. In addition, it suggests he may have a little bit of underlying ankle instability, which is not rare. I mean, a lot of athletes have ankles that kind of give out and recurrent sprains. So that would be my guess, but they haven't officially said it, but I'd say that's likely the case.
Staying with baseball here for one more, pitcher Matthew Boyd from the Cubs. He's out 6 weeks after having some meniscus knee surgery, and apparently he had that issue playing with his kids on the ground. So it wasn't even baseball. He was apparently playing with his kids on the floor and such. And Craig Counsell's kind of talking about a 6-week recovery time. What is that any concern when it comes to the meniscus knee surgery from a pitcher? Is there any cartilage that could potentially be involved with that thing?
Yeah, lower energy meniscal injuries like this, he probably awkwardly twisted his knee. In that, just in all likelihood, there's probably a small tear that was there to begin with, and this just made it bigger. Usually, you're not going to see cartilage issues with that. So I think this should be fairly quick. It is a little surprising they're going to keep him out that long, because they have announced that it was a meniscectomy, meaning a removal as opposed to a repair. So a lot of times you get people back sooner than that, but we all know in baseball they like to go nice and slow with the recovery. So that kind of gives them more of that 4 to 6 week window. But it is not rare for guys to get back sooner. So it wouldn't blow my mind if he was able to get back in an even quicker timeline. But as far as long-term implications, unlikely that this is going to be something that creates issues long-term, at least in his athletic career. I mean, anytime you have part of meniscus removed, that's not ideal. I mean, your meniscus is not like an appendix. You don't just take it out and not have any worries long-term. The meniscus is a shock absorber. So we always repair it if we can, but sometimes you can't. And so if you have to go in there and remove a piece, we always counsel our patients. There's an increased risk of arthritis long term, but for a pro athlete, that likely won't come into play at this point. So shouldn't be a long term issue. Should bounce back pretty well.
Last one here for you, and I got to go to your guy, Anthony Edwards. Man, he pushed, really pushed to play in Game 1 against the Spurs, and he did. How surprising is it from your area of expertise that he was able to go out there and log some meaningful minutes in the first couple of games and return as quick as he did?
Yeah, I mean, I think bone bruises have such variability, so I guess it doesn't shock me. When they made the initial announcement of several weeks, I don't want to say that it seems premature. I mean, obviously I take care of bone bruises all the time. So, when I talk to my patients, I would say it's honestly hard to predict. Now, the severity on the MRI will give you a really good idea, and obviously I've not looked at Ant's MRI, but they can be these like small little white spot, and other times like half the knee lights up on the MRI. Really nasty, severe ones, and sometimes there's actually even an impaction injury. Those are the ones where it's going to be 6 to 8, 12 weeks. I mean, they can be literally 2-3 months. If it's just a bone contusion where we're not seeing any real injury to the subchondral bone or any associated ligament injury, it is not rare to see people come back in a couple of weeks. So am I shocked? No. When they said a couple of weeks, then to kind of turn around and have them come back sooner, that I guess a little bit surprised, but it's one of those things where it's a telephone game. So sometimes we'll counsel the patient and say, look, this may take a week. It may take 3 or 4 weeks. Someone hears 3 or 4 weeks. All of a sudden, that's what everyone's saying. And that kind of thing can happen. So, he certainly looked like he was pretty effective out there. I would say he wasn't quite his old explosive self, but I mean, he was jumping and moving and looked like he was, at least reasonably a good version of himself. So, do I think it's probably still bothering him? Absolutely. I mean, bone bruises do not go away in days and even a week or two. So I promise you it's still sore. But, just like Giannis was able to do with his, a lot of times they're able to say, look, I know this is sore, but it's not dangerous and I can play through it. And as long as they feel like they can comfortably move, they're back out there. So will it be nagging him for a while? Probably so. And hopefully we can put up a better fight tonight than we did the other night. Game 2 was a rough one to watch, but I was happy with how Game 1 turned out. So
yeah, no doubt.
Splitting on the road is not a bad thing.
Well, hey, I still, given the state of the, some of the players in load management, just from a pure basketball fan, I love the fact that Anthony Edwards was pushing to play and getting out there for his team because, this is the playoffs and we've got KD was missing games for like a sore ankle or something like that. And I love the fact to see that Anthony Edwards is like, no, I'm pushing to get out there and trying to help out my ball club. So,
yeah, when you're a guy like that, it just speaks to like the leadership both on and off the court, and being a guy that's going to push himself. It is something you see. Load management is a catchy term that we see used a lot, and I think some of the old school guys probably are like, rolling over in their grave when they hear about guys missing playoff games because they're really sore. But on the flip side, as on the medical side, there are things where, the old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So if you can prevent a bigger problem, it's worth it. So I am saying that a little bit tongue in cheek. So there are times where we say, look, it might be just a smart move to rest it for a game, and that way you have, a couple days before, a couple days after, give them 4 or 5 days to see if they can improve. But as a fan, man, it's just like, how in the heck can you skip a playoff game, for something sort of, it's like one thing if it's a legit injury, but it's just the day and age of the NBA. And we've talked about this in the past, when we have athletes that are really pushing themselves to the limit in these sports, the body's going to push back at times. And sometimes that means, they're in situations where they just need rest or they need some kind of rehabilitation to get back out there. And that's just, I guess, somewhat the reality that we have to live with. And, these teams are kind of playing the long-term game as well. They don't want to lose someone for, the rest of the playoffs or even another season because of 1 or 2 games here or there. But it is definitely different than the kind of the tough, rub some dirt and get back out there mentality that we grew up with. But I think it is the reality of sports today.
Absolutely. He's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always, buddy. Have a good Mother's Day weekend. Spoil the wife and such, this weekend. So,
Absolutely.
We got Father's Day, so we got to, set the bar high, right? So that's how I look at it. So enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Enjoy it, buddy, and we'll chat with you soon, okay?
Sounds good. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be chatting with Mr. Brandon Berg coming up after these quick words. Sunshine, road trips, and summer adventures are calling. Is your vehicle ready at AJM Automotive in Eau Claire? They'll make sure that you hit the road with confidence. From AC checks and oil changes to brakes and full inspections, AJM Automotive has you covered before the heat kicks in. With 2 convenient Eau Claire locations, expert service is always just around the corner. So don't let car trouble slow down your summer plans. Schedule your appointment today by visiting ajmautomotiveservices.com. AJM Automotive, keeping you cool, safe, and road trip friendly all season long. Good morning, Mr. Brandon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right. Oh, you set for this Brewers Yankees series? It should be a fun looking at these pitching matchups too, dude. We'll,
Yeah, Mother Nature apparently wanted this to be a big series, so.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there. I don't know what you. Yeah. Oh, now I get. I thought you were talking about like Mother's Day and Mother's Day weekend, but
That was 100% obviously what I was doing there.
No. Now I get you. So, but we'll save some of that talk because I know we're a little behind as schedule wise, so too. But we'll get to some more Brewers chat coming up here in just a scotch. But how do you like your new wide receiver, Mr. Juwan Jennings?
I do like
over
it
to the Minnesota Vikings.
I think it's a 1 year deal. There's very rarely a bad 1 year deal, but somebody that provides, I think, a good complement to what you get out of Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, more of a physical guy, more of a makes catches in traffic's a really good blocker, which I think for a team that looks like it's really maybe for the first time under Kevin O'Connell going to make a concerted effort to run the football. That's the kind of guy you like to have out there, blocking on the perimeter. So, yeah, he visited right after the draft, so it was something that was kind of a possibility, and, yeah, signed up and ready to go, I guess.
Yeah, so I got that's kind of the first free agent or veteran free agent after the draft that I think kind of, bigger-ish name.
Right. There's a couple guys. I think like DJ Reader was kind of reported before the draft was going to sign after the draft.
Yeah.
And there are still some, some names out there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, definitely.
We're into that third or fourth or fifth, whatever wave you want to say at this point. But, now teams that maybe weren't able to address a need in the draft, probably like Minnesota with the receiver, were able to kind of, take the lay of the land and maybe work something out.
Right. So, yeah, up to $13 million, too. So it's, like you mentioned, a little bit different because you have the JJ and Addison, maybe a little small. I don't want to say small, like they're not small, but, bigger perimeter wide receiver at that aspect.
Yeah.
So, but, all right, yeah, there you have it. So, we'll find out the Aaron Rodgers stuff coming up this weekend, too. It's like, come on. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if you get to a certain point when it's May and you still don't know, it probably means maybe you should hang it up. Because then I feel like you're trying to look for reasons why you're coming back.
Right. That kind of applies to a lot of things in life. If you can't figure out an answer, then after a while, that's probably your answer.
Right. Yes. So, but I just okay, let's get this thing over with.
Well, the good news is it's not your problem anymore.
It isn't. But he has surpassed Favre then in one area. Favre only played 3 more years after Green Bay.
There you go.
Rodgers will be 4, so there you go. He did beat
4.
Brett.
Ooh,
what does that mean? Yeah. So, all right. So yeah. Otherwise, it's pretty quiet in the rookie orientation and all that stuff. So I don't want to try to come up with a football topic just to, talk football and that because there really isn't a whole lot going on. So.
Not really.
No. Did you guys is your rookie thing this weekend or was it last weekend too? I can't remember.
I don't.
That should tell you the answer. How much,
Right, yeah, exactly. I don't think it was last weekend because I think it would have heard something. So maybe it's this weekend. Maybe it's next weekend. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But, hey, I know it was kind of a late-breaking thing from yesterday and such, but Notre Dame and Wisconsin are going to be playing a little Sunday night football action at Lambeau Field.
That's fun.
I just hope it's somewhat competitive because Notre Dame's supposed to be really good this year. Maybe number 1 preseason ranking and such. But, if you understand the history of Notre Dame and the effect that they had on Green Bay and the birth of the Packers, it's kind of cool to see Notre Dame go play at Lambeau Field.
And that being a Sunday night game, it's going to be, that's a standalone game. There's not going to be any other college games going on that time, nationally broadcast, on one of the major networks. Let's put it this way. It's a big opportunity for Wisconsin. It's a big opportunity for Luke Fickell.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't even not only say necessarily go out there and win, but if they actually come out there and play competitive, and it's not like a grind, like how last year, they played competitive with Oregon. Yeah, but that was kind of more of the weather wasn't any good, and it was kind of like, but they held on, kind of a thing to lose by 2 scores, whatever it was.
Right.
Like this is one where you come out or you've made some changes, and I think everybody is kind of on the same page of knowing what this year is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Luke Fickell hasn't shied away from that.
Right.
He knows that he needs to win.
Right. Yeah.
Another year missing a bowl game is not going to be acceptable, especially now that the biggest guy that was in his corner is gone
Mm-hmm.
with Chris McIntosh.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
it's a big swing to start the year.
It is. And it's kind of, I don't know, kind of quiet in terms of the athletic director search here. I don't know if it's their chancellor first and then I don't know what.
And that's one of those where I don't know, like it's kind of like me with the Vikings with the new GM, whatever you want, whatever it is.
Yeah, because you've been
but I don't. That's one of those things, like, I don't even know really who to speculate about.
Mm-hmm.
And especially with like AD, with like, is it going to be? We've talked about this before. Is it going to be someone that's just maybe more of a fundraiser than anything else? Just because obviously that's kind of the, the way things are in college football. Is it going to be someone that's sneaky somewhere else? Is it going to be someone else that's just in another, decision-making position?
Is it a part of the family of Wisconsin?
Right. We don't know. Like, it's easier when it comes to like coaches and stuff like that. But
Mm-hmm.
this one we really don't know. So it's just going to be, I think, one of those things where I'm just going to kind of sit back and wait. And then one day we're going to hear, oh, it's this person. We'll go, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. We were chatting a little bit, but since we're on Wisconsin, we kind of highlighted a little bit yesterday, but obviously Wisconsin basketball lost out on a prospect going to Iowa State and such. And I want to throw out the question, does I don't want to completely downplay it, but does it matter anymore, like keeping in-state prospects like what it may have been years ago because of, the Wild West of basketball, college basketball right now?
I think it still does, because that's still something as a coach you want to be able to say, especially with Wisconsin producing good prospects over the last, you can go back more than a decade now.
Right.
Really kind of, I know that you go back like 20 years or so, and it was Brian Butch, but like really you go back 15-ish years or so, and Sam Decker was kind of one of those first, home state guys that, stayed home with Wisconsin. Really kind of, that was really when high school basketball in Wisconsin, like, really kind of started to consistently have those top-ranked prospects.
Right after that was Bronson, and
right, and then you get all of them like Diamond Stone, went to Maryland, and there's others, Henry Allenson, like there's others that didn't go to Wisconsin, but at least they were kind of a name in the race, so to speak.
And I think that's the other part too with Davis, and I still feel like a lot of fans look at it and be like, I think they have the assumption that they didn't try. We're involved in recruiting in that.
Right.
But,
keep in mind, going to Iowa State, it's a guy from Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a coach from Wisconsin. I mean, at this point,
with
just
TJ,
at this point, that's just kind of he's got his own little pipeline there as well. And look, they've had success with it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick break. Back with plenty more, though, coming up after these quick words. All right, we are getting set for Brew Crew versus Yankees this weekend starting tonight. Jacob Mizorowski versus Max Fried. And then we'll get to the other games coming up here, but this is like a basketball game because you've got the Yankees calling up one of their top prospects who's 6'7". Aaron Judge is 6'7". You got Jacob Mizorowski who's 6'7". For crying out loud, we got height in this basketball game, man. But you look at it, you've got a Brewers team that is number one in fewest home runs allowed by pitching staff against the number one team in hitting home runs in the New York Yankees. You would think that would be maybe the biggest key matchup, but the Yankees are pretty good at pitching themselves here. So is maybe the wild card matchup in this thing, Brandon, what can the Brewers offense do to help out the pitching staff?
I feel like that's always the thing to watch with the Brewers. Doesn't even necessarily have to be some sort of wild card matchup in the mix. It just seems like for the last several years for the Brewers, it's always come down to how many runs will they score, and that's usually a pretty good indicator if they're going to win or not.
Right.
And I think we've kind of seen that early on in the year. I think the record was like they're still unbeaten when they score at least 4 runs or more than 4 runs, like 12 or 13-0, something like that. Like that's just what it comes down to. Especially in a series like this where you feel like even though you like your pitching, the Yankees are probably going to score some runs.
Mm-hmm.
How are you able to kind of maybe keep pace or maybe even get a little bit above pace with them?
Right. So you look at this series overall. We've got Kyle Harrison getting the start tomorrow, and then Logan Henderson getting the start on Sunday for Mother's Day and such. Is Logan Henderson? I keep using the phrase that Matt LaFleur talks about with his 5 offensive linemen. The best 5 will play. Is Logan Henderson one of the 5 best starting pitchers and should stay in this rotation?
I think so. All he's done is just produce whenever he's gotten the opportunity. He's had to bounce around a little bit, and I know that they're still a little cautious with him just because of some injuries and stuff like that. They didn't want to push it too far, but I do think he is one of their best 5. So, ultimately, even when Brandon Woodruff come back, assuming everything is all good to go there, I think he's someone that should still be in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Jackson Churio, we got to see come back this week. We got to see Andrew Vaughn come back this week, and they've all made impacts so far. But I want to go back to an ESPN piece that it said the biggest issue each team needs to be fixing at. And for the Brewers, it was home runs. And I think this is kind of an interesting topic because a few years ago, all the Brewers did was hit home runs, but they couldn't play small ball. Now all they do is play small ball, but they can't hit home runs. Obviously, you probably want to try to find that happy medium somewhere in between. But is this a style that can win big, not just regular season, but win in the postseason?
Well, I think last year kind of, at least in that Dodgers series, kind of showed that maybe it couldn't because, they were just absolutely short-circuited offensively. And, I think part of that is they just ran to a buzzsaw, and it might have been a little bit of worst-case scenario. But still, you want power in the lineup. We saw just how easy, that in that Wednesday game, one swing of the bat, Andrew Vaughn, plays 3 runs, and ultimately, up until they had a couple late, that was really, they had I think it was 4 right away, and then it took a bit before they were able to add to it. Like, offense could be a heck of a lot easier when you can just score 3 runs on one swing versus having to get somebody on base and then get him over, and then basically a lot of moving parts that have to click to score.
Why don't the Brewers focus on finding home run hitters anymore?
Well, I think part of it is just kind of it's been about who's developed in their system. It's not. I don't think it's necessary. And they've got some home run hitters in their system with a Blake Burke and there's some of their other Andrew Fisher, some of their prospects.
Right.
It's just the guys I think that have popped up right now just aren't home run hitters.
Right.
Sal Frelick certainly is not a home run hitter.
So why, I'm just playing devil's advocate, why do you think they haven't gone out in free agency or trades or anything like that?
They haven't gone out for agency
right,
for much of anything. That's what I mean. But it's not that they haven't not gone out for hitter. It's just that they haven't gone out for agency much at all.
Right. But it seems like they're not prioritizing that part of the game.
Correct.
And why is that, do you think?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know if it's because maybe power has to be paid for a little bit more, and they're always going to be budget conscious. This was a big issue in the offseason when it came to exploring Eugenio Suarez to play third base.
Right.
And while I still don't believe that the Brewers could have got the same contract that Suarez gave the Reds,
Right.
just because that was, he'd played there before, he liked it there.
Mm-hmm.
He took a discount to go back home.
Mm-hmm.
It's a question we had in the offseason, how, a player like that, parking him in the middle of the lineup, maybe you can make your lineup a little bit more dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that, you have to pay for power, and that's just not something that they are either want to or in a position, however you want to look at it, to do.
I know I brought this graphic up a little bit earlier in the week here too, but this was from Fox Sports back on the 4th. MLB record since 2016, including regular season and postseason. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but number 1 is the Dodgers, no surprise. Houston, the Yankees, Cleveland. Brewers have the 5th best record, most wins. Braves, Tampa, Boston, Cubs, Cardinals. So if we go back to 2016, only 2 out of those top 10 teams have not gone to the World Series. Cardinals, Brewers. But if you go back just a couple more years, then the Cardinals have been in a World Series.
Right.
So you look at all that, that's great to see the Brewers are top 5, but no World Series appearance. So then that's where I go back to the question, is it offense that has been the issue that the Brewers have not been able to get to a World Series? Has it been defense? Pitchers have kind of been there and such. 18 was a little bit different, I would think, in that. But, I mean, how do you view that graphic? Like, is that the San Diego Chargers of the Marty Schottenheimer, LT, Norv Turner, where they could win in the regular season, but when it gets to the postseason, it's, I'm trying to go up with an example of that. Is it like that, where it's like that style can't work in the post? What comes to your mind when you see something like that?
Well, it kind of reminds me how in the NFL, the Vikings are by far the winningest team that's never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even close. So in some ways, that kind of reminds me of that. But I think if you're breaking it down, I think you can look at pretty much every year the Brewers have been in the playoffs during that stretch. I would say maybe 2018 is the one that it would matter. And you would say the offense let the team down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at last year. They scored, like 2 runs a game or something against the Dodgers, if that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you look back at every single postseason appearance going back to 2019, to me, it's the offense. It's always been. That's question number 1 with the Brewers right now in this era is, will they score enough runs?
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously it becomes a little bit more nuanced. Well, how will they score their runs?
Mm-hmm.
Because, there's been teams that have had. I mean, I think 2021, you had Rowdy Tellez hitting 30, 35 home runs. You were that was more of a home run hitting team. Well, it ran out of gas.
Yeah.
It got short-circuited in the DS against the Braves.
Braves, yep.
So it's not like they've just played one way the entire time.
I feel like it's just been to the extremes to one side.
And I think, well, how do you, and that's probably, well, how do you field the best offense? Well, you probably have the most versatile offense.
Mm-hmm.
You have offense that can win a couple different ways. It's kind of like a football team. Well, if you have a really powerful run game, well, sometimes you might run to somebody that can slow it down. What if you throw the ball over the yard? Well, sometimes you might run to somebody that can slow that down. What's the best way to do it? You have a balanced offense, or you have an offense that can run it, that can throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have a team that can win a game on defense if you have to. And I think that's where some of these young guys are going to come to play once they get here. Where a guy like a Jesus Made, he's not one dimensional. He can hit for power, but he can also hit the gaps. He can also steal bases. There's a lot of guys like that, and I think that's ultimately, if the Brewers are going to kind of get over that hump, it's going to probably be from the younger players leading the way, because they're not going to go out and spend, $200 million on free agents to kind of supplement the roster to get them over the top. That's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. So do you think we're kind of entering the way you're describing that and those young guys and coming up, I'm getting visions of the 2008 era squad where you had the fielders, Hardys, Bronze.
You really needed to work out there. And, they had guys that they kind of supplement as complementary pieces. Jason Kendall, Ray Durham, Mike Cameron. Guys that play, they can go find guys that can play a complementary role.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's going to be 2018 was obviously different because, they paid money to get Lorenzo Cain. They paid a prospect capital to get Christian Yelich.
Right.
And maybe those situations will arise again at some point where they can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am not sure about the landscape when you look at, well, what's baseball going to look like a year from now?
Right.
Because with the the labor deal kind of hanging over everybody's head, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be, it might be a situation where maybe it is a little bit, easier for the Brewers to put together a team,
Mm-hmm.
or basically they will have more avenues where they can that don't involve just spending a bunch of money, because we just don't know what the next labor deal is going to look like.
Right. Yeah, it's just I see those graphics and it's like, hey, that's awesome to see the Brewers. And on one hand, you could say it's great that we got a team that's winning a lot of games, but then on the other hand, you're going to have the other side, but there's no World Series appearance to it. And I think that's part of what we always talk about. Goals and expectations can change, right?
Sure.
And like you and I have discussed it, 2008 was huge for us because we'd never experienced a playoff appearance for the Brewers. And then, it's like, okay, now we're consistently in it. Let's up that level a little bit.
Right. Yeah. It's okay for how you view things to change.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You don't have to just establish the same opinion on something and then have it every day the rest of your life.
Right. Yeah. We can ask for a little bit more or want just a little bit more, that sort of thing. Right. And I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't want to sound entitled and not appreciative of like, hey, Brewers have won a lot of games in the last 10 years, and they have.
No, you can still have that viewpoint, but also understand, okay, well, at some point it'd be kind of nice to get over the hump a little bit.
And for us, because we weren't around, not always use 82 as the the best team or the comp, and that wasn't even a World Series winning team. It was just because they made the World Series. So I think, and even for fans who were around, I think I don't want to speak for all of them, but I think they would probably like another team to be, let's talk about a World Series winner, sort of thing. I think if you ask probably Robin Yount and those guys too, they'd be, let's get a World Series winner.
I don't think they have a 72 Dolphins thing where they always need to be the one. Like, I'm sure they would all say, no, we would love to have someone else, come in here, and we'd love to make room for them at the top of the food chain here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the second hour after these quick words. When it comes to quality meat in Eau Claire, there's one name that locals trust, and that is Mike's Star Market. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to homemade brats and specialty items, everything is prepared with care and packed with flavor. Are you planning a cookout or filling the freezer or just looking for something better for dinner tonight? Mike's Star Market has you covered. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Mike's Star Market, your hometown butcher shop in Eau Claire. And don't forget about BBQ Fest happening next Saturday at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. You can check out all the details by going to the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds websites. You going to go there? Try some food? Yeah, try some food. Try some.
You going to be there?
I am going to be there for a little bit on Saturday, so 11 to 1-ish around there. So we got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. So tell you what, next hour we'll kick it off with a little cream of the crop. We've got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle. We'll hit that up. And then Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So, again, Brewers-wise, we've got Jacob Mizorowski on the mound tonight, Kyle Harrison going tomorrow, and then Logan Henderson on Sunday. And I'll be at that game on Sunday, too. So, we'll see. And then Rodon's making his debut, it looks like, Carlos, for the Yankees. So, Yankees got some good pitchers going on the hill, too. So, but Cubs can't lose at Wrigley Field, apparently. They just continue to win at Wrigley Field, which is kind of frustrating and annoying. But what do you do at this point, right? So, otherwise, we've got hoops going on and the Stanley Cup playoffs going on. We'll see if the T-Wolves can bounce back and pick up a W tonight while they're going to be in action tomorrow. So have you been able to dabble into a little Stanley Cup playoffs?
A little bit,
Yeah? Yeah, even with your team out?
Yep. No, it's been,
Carolina's just kind of cruising right now.
Right,
so.
right. Carolina's an excellent team, and, I'm sure, it kind of felt like for the Flyers it was really a grind. That first round series win over Pittsburgh. You always kind of want to see after, kind of an emotional opening series against a rival, how's the team bounce back? So far, yeah, it's been all Carolina.
Right. So, but we'll kind of maybe preview that here in just a little bit as well. So, but what else do we got on the docket here this morning? Actually, I want to bring this up. I brought it up in the first hour really slightly. So, I don't know why. I think it's from a Canada thing. Canada sports betting thing, but they combine these Google reviews for the most comfortable stadium and the least comfortable stadium. Baseball, MLB, NHL, and NFL. Green Bay tied for the most comfortable stadium.
People like sitting on bleachers.
Apparently, Lucas Oil was number one, or tied with Green Bay for Lambeau Field. And I love me Lambeau Field.
Right.
I will not say it's the most comfortable place. It says for Lambeau Field, modernized, partial coverage, solid comfort. Which, did you go when it's December? Or how old were you sitting in bleachers after a couple hours and you're trying to stretch out your back and such? Wrigley Field was 99. So 1 through 100, 100 being the most comfortable. Wrigley Field was next. You've been to Wrigley Field. I haven't.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was bad. I don't know. I just didn't really have much. It was fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is something I guess I've never really thought about too much when I've been to a stadium or an arena.
Target Field, 83. So again, 100 is most comfortable. Target Field was 83. Open air, moderate weather. So, I think it's supposed to say open air, moderate, and then weather.
Okay, I was going to say, how do you judge a stadium based on the weather?
Yeah.
That's not something they can control.
Yeah, which I'm like, okay, but Green Bay, have you been to Green Bay? Which I'm going to get to here in a second. And then, so Target Field was 83, Target Center was 81. Mm-hmm. I'm just kind of going back up here. So the Pfizer Forum, which is the newest one out of all these, Wisconsin-wise, 44. Modern but urban access, friction, whatever. Interesting choice.
I think that means it's downtown.
I think so. American Family Field, 22. Retractable roof helps, but seating tightness persists. I get it, but it's like bleachers. that if you can't get tighter than bleachers at Lambeau Field. Arrowhead is 23. Noise and weather exposure. So I don't like. I'm looking at this.
It feels like they're kind of talking out both sides of their mouth.
Right. And I think it's based off Google reviews is what I saw. So I'm thinking Lambeau probably got a lot of Packers fans. I love Lambeau and I love going, but weather exposure, if you've been to Green Bay in December or January,
Is Lambeau Field known for weather exposure? It kind of is.
Yeah.
That's...
U.S. Bank Stadium, 18th. Large crowds to stadium.
Okay, did AI write this?
I don't think so.
Because
combined exposure and flow challenges. No, the flow challenge. I know.
Okay, the float. I haven't really been there much. So that's. I mean, I guess that could be fair. Like that's actually something that's maybe legit because some are better than others.
Yeah. It says
this is.
Data source, we analyzed 100,000 plus Google reviews from 101 professional sports venues across the NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, and MLS. So I got more on this coming up here. So halftime, we'll be back after these news updates. All right, third hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning of May 8th. Thanks for hanging out with us. We've got a little local sports roundup coming your way, a little AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. But we're going to kick off this hour like we normally do on a Friday at 8 o'clock with a little cream of the crop. So, Brandon, cream of the crop. Who is your pick for this week's cream of the crop?
I'm going to go with something that has a sports impact, also doesn't, but I mean, we can focus on the sports end of things. I'm going with Ted Turner.
Okay.
Passing of Ted Turner earlier this week, someone who was very important. I mean, you can even just look at the sports landscape. Own the Braves, own the Atlanta Hawks, own the Atlanta Thrashers when they were in Atlanta. Has the connection to the pro wrestling world. Was a champion yachter as well. But like just someone that was very influential in a lot of ways. Like definitely kind of one of those billionaires who it wasn't like they just did one thing and that's how they made all their money. He kind of
managed a game.
Yeah, he even managed a game for himself, after firing a manager and put himself out there. But like thinking of the impact of like, I mean, I could even think about like when the Braves were on TBS.
Yeah, that's where I was
the 7:05, the 6:05 start there. Like starting all the events starting like 5 minutes after the hour, which is kind of a clever way to just kind of get off sequence, and to kind of see the influence of that and how that kind of crept into other things. Like, I don't know, he's always been someone that's been just been very interesting to me.
I think, too, because, I still can remember the promos, in my head. And I just wonder for a lot of, again, maybe people our age, because I know quite a few people our age, their favorite player is Chipper Jones, and I wonder if it was from something like that.
Well, and you hear a lot of people that are Cubs fans because they watch on WGN.
Yep. Those were the two I had.
And I remember watching a lot of Braves games on TBS. Just watching.
Yep. Yeah, because that was what we had.
That was what was on. Yeah, it wasn't as easy to find. So, I mean, and then, obviously we can talk about the, NBA on Turner, kind of that impact and stuff, and that's part of it. And just always been someone that's been very interesting to me.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to go just something from a little bit last night. Badger softball upsetting Oregon softball in the Big Ten conference tournament. So Oregon's, I mean, you're always talking about them when you know softball and such. So Badgers picking up a nice win. Most wins they've scored in a Big Ten conference game, 11. So 11
most
and 9.
runs.
Yeah. So nice work, Badger softball. So. All right, that's our cream of the crop. Do you want to, since you have it up, should we do some local sports roundup?
Yeah, we can pop into this.
Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center.
Right. And like I always feel challenged when I do this in the spring just because there's so much going on at once. And I there's so many things that go on during the spring that I always feel like I'm missing something, and I don't like that. So that's why it's always tough when you talk about this in spring because we can talk about there's so much we can talk about, but yet I always feel like there's something I'm missing. So
don't yell at Brandon is what he said.
No one has done that. It's just it's just how I feel.
Yeah.
So but yeah, and the Big Rivers last week, when we were talking last Friday, Hudson had kind of we'll start with baseball. They're still atop the conference, but last week they picked up 2 wins over Chippewa Falls, and then last Friday night Chippewa Falls came back after losing a pair of games to the number 1 ranked team in the state in Hudson, and they came back and picked up a couple wins over the team that I believe was number 5 at the time, Stevens Point. So, and Chippewa Falls then came back this week, and they've got 2 wins over Rice Lake under their belt. So, they're battling right now with River Falls, who they have a win over, and then they have actually another game that was stopped in progress due to weather. But they're going to have to, finish up here at some point. But, those are kind of the teams battling near the top. Eau Claire North up there as well. But, right now, Hudson has really established itself as kind of that favorite for in Division I for the postseason. Which, keep in mind, once we get to that point, the sectionals this year is actually at Casper Park in Chippewa. So, So no
relation,
no chat. No, it's spelled different, despite what some people may think when they reach out to you.
Oh yeah, believe me. So,
but when we get there, but for baseball in the Clover Belt, we got Elk Mountain and Fall Creek tied atop the conference right now. Regis high on their heels. Cadott hanging out with a 4-4 record, but we're gonna have some. We're really kind of getting down to it. We've got a couple, Clover Belt games today, including Stanley Boyd at Regis, but then next week we kind of get into the last week of the regular season. As far as conference games go, I think there's still room in there afterwards. But I mean, you're going to have Elk Mound taking on Cadott for a couple. Cadott's got a win over Regis this year, and you got Fall Creek taking on Stanley Boyd for a couple. So, right now those are the two teams at the top of the West. Elk Mound, the new kid in town, but the team that was a game from state last year. Fall Creek shared the conference championship with Bloomer last year. Has a lot of heavy hitters back. They've kind of had a knack so far this year with seeming to pitch no hitters. I mean, Fall Creek's got several of those on their docket, and whenever you've got pitching, you're going to have a chance, especially as to how it bodes for the postseason, where all of these teams, except for Bloomer, are going to see each other again probably because they're all going to be Division III, except Bloomer, who's Division II.
Okay.
So in softball, a couple big wins this week for Chi softball over New Richmond. I was there Tuesday night when they picked up the 9-3 win over the Tigers, and last night they won 13-3. So they've kind of taken big control of the conference title race right now. They're 9-1 in conference. That gives them a 2-game lead over New Richmond. They've got a couple rounds of games left. So as the old saying goes, kind of their destiny is in their own hands. But the other thing to consider there too is, as we get a little bit more into May, is we're going to be coming up on seeding for postseason. And right now, Chippewa Falls has got a pretty, I think them and Toma. And I guess I haven't seen too much about Superior to see where their record at, but they've been really good the last several years. Is who's going to maybe be that 1 seed?
Okay,
the 1 seed or the 2 seed. Really, if you're a 1 seed or a 2 seed, you're going to have the opportunity to potentially play at home through the sectional finals. And actually, the sectional finals this year are at Casper Park, right. So it is possible that Chippewa could just be at home throughout, but we'll see. I mean, obviously that's a long way off, but
right.
Tomorrow they're hosting a quad at Casper Park with some notable teams there. So, I mean, a chance to kind of boost their resume in non-conference play, because that's part of the the calculus too. You can go in there and say, hey, maybe we won our conference, but what are you doing against teams outside your league? And Chippewa Falls and softball always does a great job of playing high-level teams in non-conference play, not only to try to build your resume, but just to see those teams.
Right.
And softball, we're going to be setting up in the Western Clover Belt for maybe next week a pretty significant matchup. Right now, you've got McDonald with a game lead on Stanley Boyd. Last night, McDonald actually in non-conference play, but still picked up a shutout win over Augusta, who's a really good state-ranked team in Division V. And Stanley Boyd a game back after they picked up the 12-4 win over Thorpe. And those two teams meet next Thursday. And, we're getting down to near the end of the conference schedule. I mean, it's the last game of the conference season. So, I mean, whatever happens there's going to be finality to it. If McDonald can, get to that point and win again, well, obviously they're going to, be conference champions all by themselves. But Stanley Boyd still has a shot at a share. But, you've got doubleheaders next week. You got McDonald taking on Bloomer in a doubleheader. That's not going to be easy for the Macs. Bloomer is currently third in the conference. They're playing really well right now. They can really hit the ball. Their pitching is really rounding into form. So, that's going to be a challenging last week of conference play for the Macs. But, they've been strong this year, and a team in Division IV, just like Stanley Boyd in Division V, they're both state ranked. So that's one we're gonna definitely be keeping an eye on. So.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. But I mean, golfer kind of we're starting to kind of
bring that up. So.
I'll say golfer kind of starting to get to the down to the regular season near the end here, but at the start of the week.
You're at Country Club, right?
Correct, at the Eau Claire Golf and Country Club, which always confused me because Eau Claire Golf and Country Club's in Altoona. But yeah.
Well, our address technically is Altoona.
Right,
too,
exactly. So Altoona moves a little bit further than you think, but yeah, for the Chippewa Valley. I gotta find the Chippewa Valley Championships. I don't remember the exact name, which is a really cool tournament because it's a mix of Big Rivers, Western Clover Belt, Dunn St. Croix teams all mixed up. Your Medford Raiders are in there as well. Yep. Superior, Black River Falls. So you had 19 total teams there. So you had River Falls picking up the win by 2 strokes over New Richmond. Menominee is strong third. Hudson fourth. Bloomer and Eau Claire Memorial tied for fifth. So. I think if and Bloomer has just continued to kind of control the Clover Belt slate as far as that goes, but Altoona's Elliott Skinner and Menominee's Wes Miller had tied for the top spot, medalist honors at that tourney, shooting 74, which, as someone who was there walking around, that is a very impressive 74 because the weather was not kind. It was extremely blustery. Talking with a couple golfers, they had mentioned like, hey, this is this course with this weather is not a fun combination. So being able to kind of navigate the course in that way is very impressive because Yeah, it was not easy. I mean, there was I had seen instances where players' bags were just blown over.
Oh, geez.
Like it was that's how blustery it was. And then yesterday, Big Rivers meet over at Lake Wissota here in Chippewa Falls, and Rice Lake picked up the win there with Menominee and Hudson hot on their heels. So, the Rice Lake has had a really strong year so far in the Big Rivers as far as Big Rivers competition goes. But 5 golfers going under par yesterday at Lake Wissota. I mean, the weather was a little more conducive to that, but Tyler Recken from Menominee shooting a 31.
Jeez.
He was medalist, but otherwise you had Ben Vandervoort from Rice Lake. You had you had a couple others, including Eau Claire Memorial's Adam Diller, who were able to go under 36, which is very impressive. So, I mean, you can see why those teams are all near the top there. But, we're getting down to the main event here. Golf is usually one of the first, sports to go into the postseason. So, we're not that far away.
Right. Before I get to some Blue Gold stuff, kind of for anybody who didn't read your piece on, it was a great piece, girls soccer. Your latest one just a few days ago.
Right. Going back to Monday, but last weekend, and I think I had mentioned it last Friday, was UW-Eau Claire had hosted the Laurie Bemnister Memorial Tournament, which is a 2-day soccer tournament. A lot of really strong teams from around the state for girls soccer playing all over Eau Claire. They were playing at Eau Claire. They're playing at North. They're playing at Memorial. And I got a chance to chat with Regis McDonald's head coach, Taylor Bemnister, who was her first year as the head coach, but the tournament is in honor of her mother, who passed away in 2021. So, and she'd played in it when she's from Holman, so she'd played in it as a player, and then she'd worked at it as, because it's put on by UW-Eau Claire, so many of the players and the coaches are involved in just the logistics of, keeping it going and, making sure everything's running smooth. And this was the first time she actually got to coach it. And it was, a very, obviously emotional day, day for her on last Friday when they played Eau Claire North. And Eau Claire North, picking up the 2-0 win, but just being able to kind of follow in her mom's footsteps was something she was very proud of, and rightfully so. It was very emotional, but I know you could tell it was something that also meant a lot to her because her younger sister also playing for Holman. They play on Saturday, so she got a chance to kind of watch and cheer her on as well. And it's just it's something that I think it's the 4th year that they've been doing it, that it's just kind of continuing to grow, and they're pulling a lot of really good soccer teams from around the state. So it's kind of a fun 2-day event if you ever want to go and just watch some really good soccer. That's a good place to do it.
Not only is she first-year coach, but she also still plays soccer at UW
right, and that was
too,
something too that I kind of talked to her about, because it'd be easy to just say, hey, I want to do one or the other, but in helping out with some other stuff as well, and it just seems like that was just kind of something that passion for soccer was just something that she learned from her mom, and you have to have a passion to be able to put that much time and effort into something, especially obviously the sport, which can be so time consuming with all the other stuff that goes into it. But being able to do that is obviously that says a lot to the passion that Lori had for soccer.
Yeah, it's a really great piece. Go check it out, chippewa.com. Go out to Brandon's Twitter page, and you can see it on there too. So just again, a reminder. So the Blue Gold baseball team in the WIAC tournament fell to lacrosse yesterday. They're back at it just under 2 hours from now, 10 a.m. today, in an elimination game going up against Whitewater. Softball will begin their WIAC tournament play today, as they're going to be going up against Stevens Point. And I know the track and field teams are going to be going up or over at lacrosse at the UW Lacrosse Eagle Open too. So as we're starting to wind down those seasons. That is your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a quick break, and we'll do a little AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming up after these quick words. Looking for a great spot to unwind here in the Chippewa Valley? Then you need to check out the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire and take in the view from their gorgeous back patio. It's one of the best in town. Whether you're meeting friends, enjoying a cold beverage, or you're just soaking up a summer evening, this is the place to be. With live bands, fun events, and something happening all the time, there's always a reason to stop by. VFW Post 305, great views, great vibes right here in Eau Claire. And don't forget about their special Mother's Day buffet going on this Sunday, 7 a.m. to noon. Beef tips, bacon, eggs, ham, pancakes, French toast, breakfast potatoes, mimosa specials. All moms can enter to win a special pampering gift basket too. So it's coming up again this Sunday. Let's do some AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. So, as I mentioned, I'm going to the Brewers game on Sunday. The main reason is Hudson wanted to see Aaron Judge. He wants to see Aaron Judge. So, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. Is Shohei Ohtani the biggest draw in all of sports? Baseball, football, basketball. Is he like if... You know what I'm trying to, like, you go to a game to try to watch. Is Shohei number one? I'm
going to say Full Throttle because I'm quickly trying to go through my head, like, okay, who's the biggest draw in basketball right now? Like, they have a bunch of them, but I'm not sure that there's, like, that one. Mm-hmm. Football, obviously, the NFL is incredibly popular, most popular sport, but, like, who is the number one draw? Like, you could have maybe said Mahomes, but...
Has he already kind of peaked?
Correct.
And that not in his play, but in attention.
But like 2 years ago, like this would be the case. And but I'm going to say Full Throttle. I think it is Shohei, especially his two-way nature. I think
it's almost like if you can get to a game where he's pitching and hitting, it's like double bonus.
Right.
Right. Especially the way he is pitching too. So
right. But I would say Full Throttle at this point.
I think so too. I'm going to go Full Throttle. And Is baseball like right now the one? And I don't. You're right, because I was trying to think about an NFL one, and is it Bo Nix? Is it Drake May? Is it? Yeah, I don't think they're that level. I'm trying to think of a younger quarterback.
Well, no, because but look, you even look at like the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, they're a very good team, but it's not like they didn't have like that one guy,
right?
That is kind of heads, that like, kind of pushes the cart, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But Shohei, it definitely does. Look, that's a team full of stars, but like, I don't think you could look at anyone else on that team and say that they're a bigger star than Shohei.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I argued, has it been like that for the last few years too?
I think so.
Even with the Angels and such too?
Yeah, I just think that, once he got to the Dodgers, he's actually on a team that won.
Yeah.
So it's that perfect mix of player on the right team. Because we saw in the past with like, someone like Mike Trout. And he wasn't necessarily someone that sought out the spotlight, but like obviously you look at his peak, excellent Hall of Fame player. But he's playing at a team that was meh. More specifically, he's playing for an organization that just didn't really know what it was doing.
Right. It
still doesn't.
Yeah, it's still when you can say you had Ohtani and Trout at their
that
Trout's peak and Ohtani's still playing really well.
It's like and you couldn't do anything with that, like
right. Speaking of Trout, that's actually funny because that's my next one. Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. Is Mike Trout back? Is that no home run ball?
I want to say Full Throttle just because I want him to be back. Because it would be cool for. I would say especially guys, kids like Hudson's age to just see what Mike, like how good he is. Because he's one of those guys that like, I'm sure for you, when you can talk to him about certain players, you can say, oh, Michael Jordan this, and there's no context. But here, it's not like he's still playing.
Right.
You can look at Mike Trout and say, oh yeah, actually not that long ago, he was the best player. And you'd be like, really? Like, oh no, yeah.
Yeah. It was like between him and Bryce Harper was like the debate.
So I would hope so, just because I think that's good for baseball.
I do too. Do you think he is like the quietest superstar of kind of what you were just referring to? Because when you talk about like he was play wise probably like a super, but you barely. And I know some people say, well, it's West Coast and all that, but
Shohei's
Lakers and all that.
Yeah, Shohei's on the West Coast,
right? So. Is it team wise? Is it more him?
I think it was a combination of he's just not someone that seeks the spotlight, but also the team has just been irrelevant. Like, the Angels just. It starts with ownership. Ownership is just bad.
Yeah.
Like, and it kind of sets the tone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I hate. I don't always like to say, is so and so bad? Is Miami back? Is but it's player wise, Mike Trout.
Texas back.
Yeah, Texas. That's the one. But I mean, I never had a problem with Trout. I was never annoyed with him or anything like that.
He's just a very kind of unassuming, kind of just quiet, goes about his business kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. Right. So yeah, I'm glad to see him kind of performing at a high level right now. I know it's early, but we are approaching the first quarter of the baseball season next week already, Brandon. So pump the brakes full throttle right now if you had to place a futures bet. 3 teams in the NL Central will make the postseason.
I'll full throttle that. Just numbers wise, I mean, all 5 are still above 500.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, the Cubs are off to a fantastic start. Like,
as annoying as it is.
As annoying as it is, but like they're playing really good baseball, and especially coming off a 4-game sweep with the Reds. Like, when you can mop a division foe, that just goes even further.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, barring something crazy, you got to figure that there's a good chance they could be one of those teams. I think the Brewers, we feel like, they're about. I think they're probably ahead of where they were last year at this point.
Probably, right? I mean, we know how they started, so
right. So, and then I don't think it's out of the realm to see one of those other 3. I still think of the 3. I would say maybe the Reds. That would be the one I would say, but you never know. But still, they're in a decent spot to do it, so I'll say yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it happened last year, right?
Right, and you got to feel like these teams are probably better, at least as collectively as they were last year.
Right. Yeah. So I would agree with that, but pump the brakes, full throttle. Should Anthony Edwards be the face of the NBA?
This is when I struggle with not honestly nothing to do with Anthony Edwards, but like, because that's always something that has to organically develop.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you mean like, should they push him more as the face of the NBA? Like,
I guess so, because here's where Anthony Edwards to me moved up even. I've always liked Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
I don't have a real rivalry with the Timberwolves. No. It's just
to me, it's like Brewers Twins, where since they're not in the same conference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I'm not like full on fan or anything like that. But here's where Anthony Edwards kind of moved up a little bit for me is I've seen across the NBA superstars sitting out playoff games because they're sore, an ankle sore, hip is sore, all this, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember when we were younger watching NBA basketball in the 90s and people sitting out in the playoffs.
Charles Barkley sitting out because he had a sore ankle.
Right. Like this stuff. Anthony Edwards is pushing to play with that injury, so he moved up a little bit because he reminds me of an old school player. And I think in this whole Adam Silver NBA trying to limit load management and get guys to play more, you got a guy right there that's pushing to play while he's hurt. Make him your face. That's kind of where I'm like, that's the example that we should be looking at.
I could see it for that reason then. So I'll say full throttle for that reason. I would agree with that logic.
Like worldwide, I get it. Victor Wembanyama, you probably want the international and all that. But I'm talking, if that's the message I want is, because when you have young kids using the phrase load management, that's not in a good way.
You're going to get to a Little League game and have a kid tell you they can't play because of load management?
Right. I mean, that's the thing. And that's where I look at it. Like, he moved up a little bit for me, just from the respect card. Like, you know what? Good. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know if there was like severe risk or anything, but from a fan standpoint, I appreciate that because KD, all these superstars or their best players missing random playoff games because they're dealing with something. And I don't doubt they probably are. But are you telling me Jordan, Malone, those guys in the 90s are missing playoff games? I don't think they are. And especially like in pivotal games where it's like you need a must win, you got to go out there and play. And I get it. It's the current NBA. I don't like it, though. It's kind of frustrating. I think if you're a fan of teams like that, too. So pump the brakes, full throttle. After you heard the press conference with Taylor Jenkins and Jimmy Haslam and John Horst, you feel worse about Giannis coming back? Like lower chances.
Right. You know, I was. It's weird because I was encouraged to hear how they phrased it, but you're right. That doesn't mean necessarily that. Yeah, like it seems to me that they have a clear vision for this, and I like that. But I would say, they weren't speaking. They could have very easily kind of glossed up Giannis a lot there, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, I would say, was it full throttle then?
Full throttle that you don't feel your confidence maybe took a hit.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Yeah. To follow up, pump the brakes, full throttle. Does it seem like ownership wants to move on from Giannis more than Giannis wants to move on from Milwaukee?
Maybe.
Because my question is, if they really wanted Giannis, why can't they just say, we want Giannis?
Yeah.
I've never heard them come out and say, we want Giannis. I've heard them, we're going to do what's best for the Bucks and Giannis.
Yeah.
We're going to figure this out by then.
Yeah, you could very easily kind of come out with that and then kind of adjust if they can't, if they can't make it work.
Right. And I'm just, that to me is what's kind of standing out in this whole thing is I don't think I've heard an owner or a decision maker come out and just flat out say, of course we want Giannis back. Just like, when you hear all these other ones, and you hear, GMs or coaches or all that say, well, yeah, we want the guy. I don't think I've ever heard that. And that to me tells me is like, are they ready to just move on? Which, if they're gonna blow the whole thing up and just do the OKC thing,
right? I would agree, but that's kind of the thing with Taylor Jenkins, where I kind of wonder because, he was, I think, the most proven coach on the market, and it was a solid hire. But I wonder, like, they had to have talked about that possibility.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. John Horst, just to kind of one more on this. John Horst said that Giannis was not involved. There was a weird line about that where, he kind of said, yeah, years past we had player input and, it was good and then it was bad. No players had input on this one. So I was like, is that almost like an indirect shot? Because everybody just assumed Giannis had input on like Adrian Griffin and all that, or Doc and that. But pump the brakes, full throttle. Because Bobby Portis, I know, said a couple weeks ago or a week ago, said, yeah, no, Giannis probably did have input. And I know the whole Instagram thing, Giannis was in town. And apparently he's in Appleton just a couple days ago. So he's still in Wisconsin getting ice cream in Appleton. But pump the brakes, full throttle. Do you believe, John Horst, that Giannis was not consulted about this hire?
Consulted, I do feel like somehow he was in the know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like they just completely shut him out. But I don't, if you're consulted about something, it doesn't mean it necessarily has to be a big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I still feel like he was consulted a little bit. Just my opinion. I feel like he was, but
yeah.
And I don't know what's the point of coming out and not saying he is or is. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe because if they think if they say he was and then they trade him, they're thinking oh, people are gonna think that
he didn't want that hire,
right?
Or
yeah, something like that.
Maybe
maybe then you're kind of setting up Taylor Jenkins to fail a little bit. Maybe that's
maybe
it.
A little bit.
Maybe they're just kind of protecting everybody from everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I could see that too. I could see that. So, all right, but let's do. Do I want to do one more here? No, I think that's all I had. I'm just looking at my notes here. So, all right, that's your AEJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We got to take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. Summer is right around the corner, and that means it is time to freshen up your home from the ground up with Carpet City Flooring Center. Whether you are hosting some backyard get-togethers, opening the doors to family and friends, or just ready for a seasonal refresh, new flooring can completely transform your space. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center has everything you need to bring your vision to life. And it's not just about the looks, it's about quality that you could count on and expert guidance every step of the way. Their team is ready to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and your budget. So before summer officially kicks off, make sure your home is ready to shine. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center today and take that first step towards a space that you will love all season long. Got somebody on our Section 105 chat on the video stream saying they're taking their dad to their first Brewers game since County Stadium. So that is really cool. That's pretty cool. So I have a confession. I've never got to go to a game at County Stadium. I never did. Never got to go. So, but yeah, I'll be there Sunday for at least a little bit. So we'll see how long the kiddos. Just want to see Judge, and I think after he sees Judge, he'll be good.
Are you in right field?
Between first base and right field.
Okay.
On that side. So yeah, we'll be over there. But and then hopefully Contreras plays as well. So because that's his actual favorite player in that. But as long as you're not there, so we can maybe actually win, that'd be really, really fantastic, really good. So, but no, I'm excited to see Logan Henderson pitch. I mean, either one of these games, I think if you were going to, obviously tonight it's the Miz and Max Fried and such, but either one of these three. I mean, I think these. Do you think these are like the three? We got to come up with a nickname. The three amigos. The future with these three starters going forward for the Brewers.
Probably. I mean, I think they're three of the guys that you're probably looking at with the promise of the young rotation that are probably kind of leading the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I would. I'm definitely excited about these two. Or these three pitchers going forward. And I think Kyle Harrison has looked awesome. I think, obviously Mizorowski, I think, has been off to a really good start. Luckily, last week after leaving the game early, it's just a cramp. So,
and then honestly, maybe the rainout was a good thing for him.
Yeah,
because it pushes him back a couple days, really, just to give him a little bit more time there.
Yeah, no doubt. So, but Yankees are a very good team, obviously. One of the best all-around complete teams, would you say? Offensively, pitching-wise up there, too. So, I mean, it is what – are they still considered the evil empire, or do you consider the Dodgers the evil empire?
I think I'd probably consider the Dodgers the evil empire now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Yankees' last championship was 2009.
Gosh, it may be, yeah. What's wrong with them? Jeez,
this is why Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone are – kind of under the.
I feel like Brian Cashman's under the every year.
It's like Wayne Fonts back in the '90s coaching the Lions.
I mean, I feel like Brian Cashman's been like on the seat ever since Joe Torre was still there as a manager for the Yankees. So yeah, it feels like it's every year. Did you see this? It's not a legit thing, but like MLB, I think it was MLB on Fox came up with a potential new realignment with the two expansion teams.
I think I did.
What were you? Do you want me to bring it back up?
Yeah, do it. I just remember not liking it.
What was it that you did not like?
Well, because
so Brewers would be going to the American League.
Which is fine. I mean, American League, National League doesn't really matter too much at this point.
With the DH thing, right?
Yeah, it's the same rules. So.
Yeah. They'd be in the American League Great Lakes with the Twins, Tigers, and Toronto. One hand, I like it because the one reason I do like it is just for one reason only. It would develop a rivalry with the Twins.
It would. That's the one good thing.
Mm-hmm.
More games against the Twins would be good.
Yep.
But
no Cubs.
Yeah.
You'd almost have to make sure you schedule it like a home and away like you do with the Twins already.
Right. And that maybe everyone had, if you still have kind of one crossover rival, I guess,
That and the Cardinals I would put in there.
But I think there's only one that's protected.
Oh.
That's the thing that kind of gets me. I don't like the idea of there not being a division rival of any kind in Chicago because of the proximity.
Yeah, that one I would.
And going back to when
I'm sorry, but if you name something Great Lakes, you don't have a Chicago team either. That's
great. Yeah, and then you have Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
A little bit over there, but
a little
still.
bit, but like
Not Twins.
yeah. What Great Lake is
Superior is the closest. So.
right? Because I mean, to me, the ideal because you'd be going with the 14 pods, kind of the division, whatever you want to say it. Like, logistically, to me the best one, even though I don't think they would do this, would still be Twins, Brewers, Cubs, White Sox. But I don't think they would do that.
Yeah. Well, they got Cubs, White Sox in the NL Midwest.
Right.
They need to come up with better names because you have the National League Midwest and the National League Central.
Yeah.
You can't come up with something better than that.
Right.
I mean,
but I've seen people kind of spitballing this, but like, yeah, Twins is good to have as in the same division, but like you need a Chicago team because even going back to when the Brewers and the AL, like the Brewers and the White Sox is a big rivalry. Like you need that one way or the other.
Yeah. The AL Northeast would just be
it's a gauntlet.
It's Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Phillies.
Right.
The one other thing too is like, okay, with this one, I kind of like maybe the Brewers' chances to compete in that division a little bit more too.
A little bit.
Depending on what Toronto is going to be doing spending wise or the Tigers. I mean, other than that, from a competition standpoint, it feels like Brewers would be in a good spot.
It's interesting that half of your teams in a 14 division are in a different time zone.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that either. Yeah. But, yeah, and this is if they have like a Charlotte and Portland team on
right.
there, so, but, yeah, if they do expand, it's going to be 2. Right?
Yeah, because they're at 30 now.
And then the 4 team pods on there?
Probably, because otherwise just numerically I don't know how you do it.
Right.
I mean, unless you do.
So would you expand playoffs then because of these divisions? Because you're adding another division, essentially.
I don't think I would. I wouldn't want to, but I'm sure they would find a way to do it.
So would you just take away one of those wild card teams and make it the division?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'd have 4 division winners and 2 wild cards.
Yeah.
But because otherwise, 32 teams, you could make. I mean, you couldn't really do like 8 teams because I don't think you could do 18 divisions because then you're getting, I think, too far into it. Where like you're probably going to have like. Teams from the Midwest. It's essentially what you're into kind of right now with like the T-Wolves and like the NBA where they're in the West, but then they're lumped in so like they're playing so many late games. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I don't think you could do that. So it's tough. Like 5 or 6 is the ideal number. It just doesn't work well with the math. Doesn't math with with that setup.
Yeah. All right, we got to take our final break as we start to wrap up the third quarter and the third hour. So we'll take that break and be right back to kind of wrap it up here after these quick words. Summer is almost here, and that means it is time to hit the road in something that you love. And at Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Looking for power, comfort, reliability, they've got it all backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure that you are riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. Speaking of Toys and Ford and such, we got the Express season starting up at the end of the month too. So we're going to be doing something a little bit different this summer too. We're going to be doing some tailgate Thursday nights where we're going to be tailgating before the Express game. We'll have the mobile man cave up and such, and just do a little tailgate event about an hour before the game starts. So I'm looking for ideas on some like giveaway stuff I could do, like some small giveaway stuff. Plus, I need some ideas for the golf swag bag item too. So if you got anything, let me know. Got an idea? Don't break the bank here.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of a budget here, so just don't give me something expensive idea. But like, what's something I can give away at the tailgate?
Egg.
Egg? Like eggs?
Egg. Give away an egg.
Okay. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. Yeah, catch a little chickadee. I got. I made the Bigfoot's mascot now too, so maybe some Bigfoot golfing stickers or something like that. Call him Winston.
Winston Bigfoot.
No, just Winston.
He has no last name. He's like Cher.
Just Winston. Yep. Bigfoot don't have last name, or Big Feet don't have last names. Sasquatches don't have last names. Just Winston. So, yeah. But that should be fun. It'll start in June. Not every Thursday night, just a few Thursdays. So more details to come on that. So, but what do we got? We did cream of the crops. Did we do all of our fun segments already? We did. We powered through that in the 8 o'clock.
We got rid of all the fun stuff, folks.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Have a good. No, I'm just kidding. But I will get back to some more baseball talk here. And I know a little bit earlier we were talking about this stadium thing. So a little bit more on that criteria part. It was. Let me scroll on up because it's a long thing. Oh, for the love of Mary. Okay, no, that's not it either. I don't know where it went. I got like multiple things mixed up with this thing. But, okay, methodology. Here we go. It was we examined the language used in fan reviews, tracking specific keywords and phrases associated with negative stadium experiences. Each keyword was mapped to one of 6 categories: seating comfort, crowd and density, climate and environment, amenities and services, price and value, general frustration. I feel like the crowd shouldn't be a part of that because you want a big crowd, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
That.
Yeah, so then automatically are your larger stadiums going to get punished?
Right. Now, crowd dead, maybe like for lines, for concessions or something. I don't know, but
yeah, I just don't agree with their methodology for putting this together.
I don't either. It's not very scientific.
No,
not at all. But
it feels, I would say lazy, but it just feels like a way of doing it without actually putting that much work in. I mean, it's just like, oh, we analyze this. Okay, so how did you analyze that? Did you just have like AI say like, hey, what's the?
Yeah. We've done canned koozies, by the way, so I don't want to do canned koozies. We've done those. Remember?
I've got a couple.
Those. Yeah, so we've done those before. So, but I think that's like the go-to for a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
but we've done
that's
that.
easy. I mean, easy as I should say simple. Easy conveys like lazy. Simple is, but like it's good. Like because you can always use a canned koozie. But yeah, but you're right.
I've got
like
a
you've
drawer
done.
full.
Right, I've got a container full of them as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It can fit in your back pocket when you're going somewhere and you need a cold one. You're like, boom.
Oh.
You keep that. I got extras, right? You know.
It's like your business card.
Yeah, exactly.
Except
So,
it keeps things cold.
it keeps moderately cold, depending on which ones you have.
Yeah.
I think we need to bring back the big old foam ones. Remember those?
I've got a Hams one like that.
I've got a
like
Packer one.
Like a thick one.
Yeah.
Where like it actually you have to use a little muscle to actually get it in there. Yep. Oh yeah, I've got a Hams one.
Uh-huh.
And that thing keeps things cold.
Those were like gas station, go to the gas station, you get a can.
Made from like foam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those, bring back the old school ones of that. That would be, I know they make them, but still. Not the most convenient in terms of
No, they're just
portable.
they're not as portable.
Right.
But part of what makes them
nostalgia.
Well, I'll say also part of what makes them tough is what makes them good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you on that. So that would be a nice old school throwback.
It's like the old garage fridge.
Ah, yeah.
Like the 40-year-old fridge out in the garage that is still gonna keep the beer perfect temperature.
Yep. I don't have a garage fridge, but I do have a fridge in the main cave, and that's attached. I do have a deep freezer in the garage because meat, deer, and all that. So, but got more deep freezers in the house than fridges. I've got 3 of them.
You're prepared.
You never know. All my kid eats is frozen pizzas, so I got to load up on that stuff when it happens, or chicken nuggets. So,
the 4 food groups.
Pretty much, yeah. Keep them coming if you got any clever ideas, creative ideas. I was trying to think about this, and nothing's just really catching my eye from all the.
Because last year you did the towel, right?
Nope. Last year was the glasses.
It was the glass. That's right. I got it.
The Victory Scotch glasses.
That's right.
Yep. So I'm trying to think about what to do for this year. I know. Because we've done can koozies, we've done golf towels, we've done the glasses. What else did we do? We've done a couple more things because it's the 6th one. I can't remember what all we've done.
Yeah.
Towel, koozies, glasses. Oh, I'm blanking now. I can't remember it all. But anyways, I just had one idea, but I just forgot it. There you go.
A bottle opener.
Would anybody want that?
I don't know. That's like I have one on my keys, and I use it sometimes, but I don't use it a lot.
Yeah.
So
like I got one mounted in my man cave.
Oh.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did see because I want to get a backpack cooler. Just because, and I saw a really cool one that does have a bottle opener on it. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's sweet. But all right, time's running out. Send us your ideas if we like them. Maybe I'll send you something as a thank you too. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. We got some news updates here, and then we'll wrap it up with the final hour. Get back to some more baseball and some other nonsense that we got planned up here. So, we'll be right back in just a few minutes. All right, final hour on this Friday morning, coming your way May 8th. Appreciate you tuning in, hanging out with us, no matter where you are listening to us from or how you are listening to us. We've got Brewers, Yankees getting set for that 3-game series. We remember how they worked out at the beginning of last year, opening day. Haven't heard about torpedo bats so much, though, as of late.
No.
Do they still use them? Are they still a thing? But hopefully that's not a topic of conversation again after this weekend. We got more Brew Crew talk coming your way. So we'll get to that here in just a little bit as we start to take a look at this series and such. Man, it sure seems like the mothership, ESPN, is really setting the stage for a possible LeBron retirement. Because right on their homepage, 23 moments that define LeBron's career legacy in the league. Isn't that something like that's reserved for somebody who's going to retire?
Could be, but I'm sure they also think like we can do it now, and then they can also reuse it then.
Because I know he played 23 years, 23 moments, 23 jersey, whatever the case. But yeah, it's one of those. I guess that would put it. How do I want to say it? It'll draw attention. It'll draw talk, right?
Right.
So that's where we're at. So, okay. So speaking of hoops, we've got the NBA playoffs going on in case anybody cares about it. Let me ask you this: the one, like, I don't even know if I want to call it a rumor. The one idea that's being floated out there: Giannis for Jaylen Brown. Do you like that? I hate it.
Not really, because it goes back to kind of what you referred to yesterday. If you're trading Giannis, you're just blowing up and starting over.
Yeah.
Like that just seems like a half measure.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. No, just if you're trading Giannis, maximize young prospect return, be it with players or draft picks, and just commit to the full teardown rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Don't kind of go, well, we still don't play hokey pokey. Like, well, we're trading this guy, but we still kind of want to be competitive. Like, no, it doesn't do any good to have another year where you go 32 and 50 or whatever they were. Like,
yeah, no, I would agree with that. Like,
no.
If you're gonna trade Giannis, get a bunch of picks and younger players that you can kind of go and try to build around it. Yep. I'm not a fan of the Jaylen Brown. No offense to Jaylen Brown, but it's like that's just no thank you.
No, I don't think it'd be a good fit for the Bucks or for him.
No, I don't think he'd be very happy over there, to be honest with you. So, but yeah, just do the OKC thing. Just do that. So, back to baseball though, because I kind of wanted to save this when you were in, Brandon. But Brewers are tonight, Wall of Honor, CC Sabathia. And obviously CC did not spend a lot of time with the Brewers, just a few months. But the impact that he had on the franchise, I think, is the big reason why he is being placed on the Wall of Honor. I mean, he went 11-2 in 2008, 1.65 ERA in 17 starts, 7 complete games. I kind of had some fun the other day. It said, who's been the best, like, Wisconsin short-term or one-year wonder? CC is probably up there. Somebody mentioned Russell Wilson, which is another good one I would throw on there too. Right. But, I mean, CC, and we're of the same age, and we talk about that 08 season. What CC did and what Doug Melvin did to acquire him, did that kind of set the stage to how the Brewers are? Like, are we still, like, where the Brewers are at right now and have been for the last few years? Kind of, did that move set the stage for all this?
Kind of. I mean, there was a bit of a doldrums, I would say, like, after 2014 to, like, 2017, a little bit. But, no, I mean, that was the combination of, like, okay, there's this young team. It's exciting. Like, you just need kind of something to put over the top. In some ways, it's kind of like the Christian Yelich trade, I would say, a little bit, in that, like, in 2017, the Brewers were competitive for a playoff spot up until the second to last day of the regular season. And then, they had a lot of younger talent there. So it's kind of like, okay, well, this, they could contend. And then suddenly you just do something that makes you go from, like, they could compete to they should compete. And that was kind of the thing with CC Sabathia, where it was like, okay, no, this team is here. But really the thing that kind of triggered it was the injury to Yovani Gallardo. If Yovani Gallardo doesn't get hurt, maybe they don't make that move. But, you give Doug Melvin credit, and, this is something he did a couple times during his tenure where it's like, okay, he wasn't afraid to go make the big splash.
Mm-hmm.
A few years later, he did it with Zach Greinke and Sean Markham.
Yep.
So, yeah, I can remember that being like a big time eye-opening moment as being a Brewer fan. Like, it was at that point, it was still like, oh, it's fun that, it's just fun that they're competitive, that they're, potentially, that they're still on the little graphic that says, oh, here's the playoff teams.
Yep.
But then when they make that move, it's like, oh, okay, well, they think they can win too.
Right.
Like it's not just us saying we think they can win. It's them saying, oh, no, we want to win. We're going to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that, and obviously kind of the age we were at, and I was in college, and kind of be able to like maybe appreciate a little bit more because we were of the age and that sort of stuff. But I still remember watching whether it was a Ryan Braun big home run or that final game, and waiting for the Mets. Was it Mets-Marlins game?
Mets-Marlins, yeah.
Yeah, and just all that. But I mean, you look at what CeCe did, literally carrying that team.
Right.
One of the most dominant stretches in all of sports.
Multiple starts on 3 days rest. As he's about to become a free agent, that's why when he left and signed a big money deal with the Yankees, it didn't bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Because one, you kind of knew what it was, but two, you can't say he didn't give every single thing he had.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, look, he could have very easily said, look, I'm going to be a free agent after this year. I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm not going to risk getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he said, no, I want to, like you said, get on my back. I want to try to get this team into the playoffs.
Yep. Yeah. And the thing is, too, is he's ever since then, too, has had nothing but like awesome things to say about Milwaukee. Yep. I think it's perfect timing. He's throwing out the first pitch.
Well, and Yankees. I'm sure that was
a natural kind of connection.
And with Dave Parker too, these were two Hall of Fame guys that had short tenures but successful ones with the Brewers. Like, that's why I like the Wall of Honor, because it's something where you can acknowledge people in the history of the ball club, but it's not like a jersey retire, the number retirement. Like, I'm a big believer in especially for a team like the Brewers, you don't need to have a big, the Brewers aren't the Yankees where you have all the numbers retired.
So walk is the next step, though, right? There's the wall and there's the walk,
I
right?
believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so. So walk is good because
it's a little bit like CeCe probably won't make the walk.
No, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But you have a place there where you're recognizing what this player did.
Yep.
And I think that's important.
Because you can't tell the history of the Brewers, I don't think, without what CeCe did.
Right, even though it's a brief part, but it's still a part.
Right, yeah. And you talk about those stretches, too. I mean, it's impossible to kind of answer this question. But you talk about, some of the most dominant stretches in any sport. That's up there when you think about, think about it, compare it into today's day. How many 3-day rest starts, 7 complete games?
I would like to know, and this may be something I have to search to find out. I want to know how long it's been since the Brewers have thrown 7 complete games.
Yeah.
And that's something I want to try to find.
All right. But that's the other thing, too. So I was talking about that with Anthony Edwards, right? Like what you were just talking about with CeCe. Yeah, he could have easily said, nah, I'm not going to do the 3 days rest. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be a free agent. I don't want to have, my body get hurt or anything like that and end up losing a ton of money. Nope. He literally carried that team on his back. I still remember the game. He should have got that no-hitter.
Yeah. And thankfully that didn't come up to and actually, I don't know if Surveyor's listening. This would have been a really fun.
Where are Surveyor's trivia questions today?
Here's a trivia question for you then. Who are the last 7 Brewer?
Ooh, yeah.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Who are the last 7 Brewers pitchers to throw a complete game?
And we're not talking combined, right?
No, just as one complete game.
Complete game.
A complete game.
Since CeCe?
No, just the last 7 sequentially going backwards. So the last 7
of all time or since CeCe?
No, because there's been more than 7. I'm saying who are the last 7?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were saying how many since CeCe.
No, who are the last 7 Brewers pitchers to throw a complete game?
Is there any? So it's 7 different pitchers.
It's 7 different. There's 8. One pitcher did it twice during this stretch.
Is Giovanni on there?
No,
didn't think so. Kyle
Loesch. I'll give you a hint. It goes back to 2014.
Is Kyle Loesch on there?
He is.
Okay. 2014. Kyle Loesch. Matt Garza.
He actually is.
Oh, my God. Okay,
he was the first one because there's one that did it twice.
All right.
So you had to go back one more, and it was Matt Garza. Those are both.
Matt Garza did it twice?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
There's
so
one.
Stop confusing me.
I'm not confusing you. You're just confused.
Well, you just said somebody did it twice, and after I mentioned Matt Garza, so I thought you meant Matt Garza. So
No. Yeah. So there's.
So Loesch.
And those are both in 2014. I will give you the hint that the other 5 are after that. Are closer to us now. Those are the 2 longest ago.
Okay. So 5 more?
5 more.
Not Quintana.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Trying to go through the list. Not Chacin.
No. Nope.
Okay. Peralta?
Yes.
Okay.
Freddie Peralta did in 2021.
Okay. What about Willie?
No, Willie. Well, Willie did it, but it was earlier, so don't count.
Oh, darn it. All right.
Yeah.
Can I get half a point for that? So I've got 3.
You got 3.
Not Woodruff. Woodruff did?
Did it twice.
Really?
He has the most recent one, which
Okay.
was September 11th, 2023 against the Marlins.
Okay.
And then he also did it on the 16th of September in 2020 against the Cardinals.
So I'm going to go Corbin, but I'm not sure if
Nope.
he got 8 innings on
I
that
think so,
no-hitter,
yeah.
right?
Yep, so you got 3 left.
Okay.
This is where it gets a little tougher, but there's still guys that have made a decent amount of starts.
Mm-hmm.
But like those are, it's a little tougher. I'll be honest.
Yeah, and these are starters,
These are all starters.
and I know them obviously.
Well, yeah,
I mean, if they started a game, you got it.
Yeah, and they it's not like they started like only a couple games with the Brewers. These are ones that, if I were to say, you'd be like, oh, okay.
Not Jordan Zimmerman. I'm trying to go through some of these playoff teams. Can you give me the years?
Sure can.
Okay.
The most recent one was 2021.
2021, so the year after COVID?
Yeah.
Okay.
So putting that into perspective, CC Sabathia throwing 7 complete games
yeah, in
half a season is something that has not been done. It's taken the last 12 years to match that for the Brewers.
Jeez Louise. So the most recent was 2020, or what I have left is 2021.
Yeah, the most recent one of the 3 was in 2021. It was against the Cardinals as well.
Trying to think about some of the pitchers from 2021. Who is it?
Adrian Hauser.
Oh my God! What, really?
Really?
Wow. Okay.
And then there's 2 others. One in 2015 and one in 2017.
Oh, geez, 2015.
Actually, one of these I would have remembered off the top of my head because of the.
It's not Sheets.
No,
Yeah.
no, because of the unique nature of who it is.
It's not Dave Bush.
No,
Okay.
no, 2015, 2017. So well after that.
Golly. 2015.
So this is during a little bit of a downtime for the team,
Yep.
but still,
Who?
2017 was Jimmy Nelson.
Oh my God.
Did it against the Padres.
Yep.
2015, Taylor Youngman.
Oh God,
Did it
I
against the
never.
Dodgers. That's the one I
yeah.
probably would have remembered off the top of my head.
Wow.
'Cause I actually remember watching that game.
Wow.
It was a late night game against the Dodgers
Okay.
in L.A.
All right.
But yeah, Taylor Youngman. Otherwise, kind of looking through this list, Willie Peralta's on there a couple times. Yeah,
And
Giovanni.
that was before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was 2013.
I suppose.
He actually did it twice in about a little over a month apart.
Wow. All right. Willie Peralta.
Yep, the most recent one, yeah, it was 2.5 years. Well, going on 3-ish years.
Man.
So that shows you a little bit about just obviously it was a different game then, but still
Right.
shows you a little bit of just how crazy impressive that was of CC Sabathia.
And the cool thing too was that, because we see it with pitchers and players even to this day, for him to go to the big market of New York and have an awesome career that ended up being in the Hall of Fame. Because we've seen, guys go after leaving Cleveland and Milwaukee. It's got to be a culture shock adjustment to go to New York. Some of them can't do it. He did, and it ended up being a Hall of Fame career for him.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's Cool story.
I think he's throwing out the first pitch tonight, right?
Yep.
So that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Should get a loud ovation for that.
He should.
I would hope so.
He should. There's no reason he shouldn't.
Younger fans going, ask the adult why.
Yeah.
What, like who he is and what he meant. So.
Right.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back after these few words. By the way, one more Brewer thing. Did you see the Legends game?
I did, yeah.
So, do you know? Are they actually like pitching?
That was my first question. Like, are they just doing like maybe like slow pitch softball or something?
Right.
Because I don't know. Like, you think like they're gonna want to pitch?
I don't know, but I know like Melvin and Gord Asher are drafting, and if it's legit pitchers, I'm looking at who can still throw, and that's my first pick.
Well, and that was kind of going back to the Derby last year. Like Keon Broxton was the guy that was the most recently out of baseball, and that helped his case to win.
Right.
So like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like it probably.
I feel like that wouldn't be safe for some of those guys.
I feel like I'm thinking point. I think just softball it.
Probably, but. I like that, last year there was a home run derby. This year they're doing that.
They're doing something a little different. I do like that.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool to kind of watch too. And I know it's for the 25.
Well, and heck, I mean, I see Giovanni Guerrero's going to be there.
Yeah, Jeremy Jeffers.
Let him hit.
Jonathan Lucroy.
Giovanni could hit. Let him hit.
Yeah.
Just let him hit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Joey Ortiz, what do we got to do with this left side of the infield right now, dude? I mean, you're getting next to nothing. You got Cooper Pratt still down there, who's been hitting well as of late and such. But at what point the clock's got to be ticking here, and the fact that he's not an everyday starter, or maybe still, but he's not getting in the starting lineup more so than years past here. I like by June.
I mean, I would think so. I think later in May.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just want to still see a little more out of Cooper Pratt. Like he's trending in the right direction, but I just want to see a little bit more. Because I'm concerned about. I don't want to bring him up too soon.
Yeah.
Like. So if he gives you another couple weeks of just increased production, more of what he's been doing here lately, then I think you make that move.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean it's pretty telling when David Hamilton's pretty much especially against righties. Against lefties, Joey's out there, but like against righties, that David Hamilton's pretty much getting every start. And David Hamilton's been a better offensive player. He's a flawed offensive player. There's not much power there, but at least he gets on base.
Well, by the bunt.
And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like watching a softball player.
Yeah.
Like a fast pitch softball, like slap hitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's working for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting to that point with Ortiz. Like, you can be a good defender, but like, at some point you have to hit. Like, is he still without an extra base hit?
I think so.
Because I think the thing was like he only had like only a few going back to like last August or something. It was just like that's crazy that, and then you see, I mean, you even see what like Churio's done.
Mm-hmm.
Like since he's got back, he's got like as many base or extra base hits since he's got back.
Right.
He's played 2 games.
Right.
Like it's just at some point, the rubber meets the road.
Well, I mean, and then this, going back to the home run conversation that we had a little bit earlier, when you factor in left field, now Chirio's back, which you'd think it would change, but still, between left field, center field, third base, and shortstop, 1 total home run. And that's Garrett Mitchell.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would have been my guess. Yeah,
Sal Frelick has more home runs than all those positions combined.
Greatest baseball player ever.
The GOAT. GOAT, all caps, the GOAT. But, even like Garrett Mitchell, obviously the last couple of years we've talked about his main thing has been health.
Right.
But he came in 2024 with a lot of, I think, expectations, hype.
Yeah, his first-round pick. Like
Shredder Rankings already had him as a top 10 center fielder. We were
Right.
saying, is he going to be the replacement for Willie Adames for power? Okay, now that he's been healthy, he's made some big hits, but
yeah, he's gotten on base, but yeah, the power hasn't necessarily been there.
Right.
So yeah.
So I mean, did we kind of amp it up a little bit? 2 more?
Maybe, but also, I mean, it's possible that it's just he just hasn't hit for power. Like, I mean, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's someone that previously has. So
Right.
it's just he hasn't so far.
Right. Yeah. So it's you got Luis Lara there too, but I don't think they're going to send Garrett
I don't
Mitchell
think so.
down. I mean,
and the thing with Lara, even though he's playing extremely well, is if you're calling him up, you need to have a spot where he plays every day.
mm-hmm.
Like obviously with Cooper Pratt, there would be that path. Like for any young, like highly thought of prospect you bring up, you have to have a path where you say, okay, we're bringing you up and we're going to give you a shot to play every day, and it's here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do right now. It's tougher to do with Luis Lara.
Yeah. No, I agree. So, I mean, okay, let's just assume we're the left side of the infield is still kind of doing what it's doing by the end of May into June. Do you just say screw it, Jet and Cooper are up?
Maybe I think you do one before the other, because I do think, and I have to double check the numbers here just to be sure, but it does feel like Luis Rendifo has been better. Like I don't think it's as much of a black hole at third base as it is at shortstop. So, and maybe just because this has been a longer talking point with Joey Ortiz, but I would start at shortstop and then kind of see where it goes from there.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's another lever you can pull as well. So,
yeah, I just,
well, maybe not. I mean, looking at Rendifo's number the last couple of weeks, I mean, they're still not great. So, but I mean, I do think that I would start with Pratt at shortstop and then maybe give a little more time and then see.
because Jet, I feel like, is he third? Is he outfield? Long term, maybe it's best suited for outfield. If that's going to be a spot, if he is a long term fixture with the Brewers and such, which I would think he is, but I think we thought that with Caleb Durbin last year too.
Yeah,
so
you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
At that, and there is a log jam.
Right. So
they got
it's
coming.
possible that one of those infield prospects could, maybe they are used in a trade to bring back something big.
Mm-hmm. You'd think so, but who knows? I mean, it's the Brewers, so
Right.
you never know. But it's, and then from an Tyler Black perspective, who's been hitting well since being called up. Okay, where does he fit in with this whole thing in terms of who do you keep in that? Because he just made his first major league start in outfield.
Right.
Otherwise it's been first base. Yet not really power, but like a doubles machine, it feels like at times.
Right, and he's got speed on the left side, so he's a guy that, when you're facing right-handed pitching, if you can find a way to get him out there, you want to.
Right.
But, I mean, now you've got Andrew Vaughn back, so you've got Jake Bauers back, so that kind of takes care of the first base.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Sanchez can just be the primary backup catcher now.
Yeah,
so.
and maybe DH against lefties.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a tough spot for him. Because he's done some good things, but it's just a numbers game. Like he's not going to probably play over any of those other guys I mentioned. But for right now, it makes sense to have him on the roster just because he has been hitting, and maybe he's someone you can use as a pinch hit, a pinch runner for some of those guys, a pinch hitter in a certain spot. But yeah, it's a numbers game right now, and it's the struggle is right now you just don't have many people on the big league roster that can play the spots that need to be played. You need to try to find something different at.
Right. Yeah.
Tyler Black's not playing third base. That's just
can we just stop that with some people still saying
that's not happening.
It's not.
He's.
I know if you go to his profile, it still says third base, but he has not played third base in like how long, right?
No, it's been a few years. Like he was even playing in the minors.
Right.
Like they've moved on because at one point he played second base and third base, but they moved on from that.
Yeah.
He just defensively he can't do it.
Primarily a first base or corner outfielder, right?
Correct. So it's not happening.
Yep. All right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though, in the final half hour. We'll be right back after these few words. Don't forget to get your team signed up for the 6th Annual Classic coming your way Friday, August 7th. Just head to sportstalk1051.com to sign up your two-person team. We've looks like that 10 a.m., of course, is always the most popular one there, but we got plenty more for the early morning one, 7:30 tee time, and the 1 p.m. tee time. But those will fill up because, well, we've sold out every year. So if you want to make sure you get your team in, go sign up right now. And, yeah, I'm looking for ideas for the gift giveaway for every golfer gets a gift. Do we do hats? What about hats? Everybody gets a hat? I don't know. What do you think?
Good.
What's something I can do? Because last year we did the Scotch glasses. I don't know if we can do beer steins. I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Yeah.
So, trying to think of something. If you got any ideas, let me know. I'd be curious. We're not going to do a podcast episode today. We're going to regroup and do one for next week.
Yep.
Still living off the ever popular softball one. Even got high praise from C-Bomb. He sent a message earlier in the week. So,
did it have a picture? Did you ever find the picture?
I have it. Let me. It's on. Hold on.
Find it for me. I need to see this.
I have it. Don't worry.
Good.
So,
Good.
Yes,
it was popular. I had a bunch of people reach out to me too and said they really enjoyed it. So
I think
softball might be something we have to go back to again.
The other part of it too is like I'm upset because I missed things.
Oh yeah,
and
that's the thing. Like it gives us a little time. Like if there's some stuff we want to, maybe we didn't get a chance to talk about.
Right. Yep. No, I totally agree. So, yeah, it's on here. I'm trying to find it right now.
Are you scrolling or?
I am scrolling because it's here. It's here. What are you doing? Oh, I thought you were getting up.
I was getting mad and leaving.
Here it is. I got it right here. So this is C-Bomb's little
Honda Accord?
It's Honda or something like that. Dragging the field. Yep.
My goodness.
And that was before I knew who C-Bomb was. Yeah,
what an introduction.
Yeah, right? Exactly. So, that was bracket 08, 09, somewhere around
Wow.
there. Good old bracket times. So, good times. Good times. But now we're filled up with Little League games and such. How the time has changed.
Your season underway, huh?
Yeah, we got, Yep. So, no, never mind. I got to take my phone off. Get distracted by that stuff. So, but, all right, Brewers tonight taking on the Yankees. We've got the Miz kid on the mound. We've got Harrison going at it tomorrow, and then Henderson on Sunday. Should be, well, hopefully a good series.
Right. You can listen to all the games right here, too.
You can. 105.1 FM, 790 AM. You know you won't have a rain out because we're playing in Milwaukee.
That's true.
They'll get the games in. So
Sure will.
Yep. So, when's your next game you're going to? Do you know yet? Are you going to the Twins next weekend?
I'm thinking I might. I haven't like officially finalized that yet, but I think I probably might go to like the Sunday game with it being a 1:00 game. I just kind of want a down and back kind of day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, as of right now, according to the Fangraphs roster resource page, which is incredibly interesting if you're ever looking for just like a bunch of stats and stuff on the Brewers, it would be Brandon Sprout. But we'll see.
Okay, so Brandon Woodruff comes back, Brandon Woodruff comes back.
Brandon's in here right now.
Who's the odd man out? Or do you go 6-man?
I don't think you go 6-man, but I think what you do is I think you move Chad Patrick to the bullpen.
Okay.
We've seen, especially in the playoffs last year, what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just seems like he struggles once you get a little bit deeper into games. So I wouldn't mind seeing his stuff play up a little bit and maybe utilize him as a 1 or 2 inning guy. Because the bullpen has kind of started to normalize a little bit. Trevor McGill has looked a lot better, that kind of thing. But I still think like there's room for a guy like him in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I would do.
All right. And yeah, I think that's been a little bit more. Now, would that mean Chad Patrick's no longer a starter, or like going forward, future-wise? Is he an Aaron Ashby type of player?
I just think you have options with it.
Yeah. Because, we've seen Adrian Hauser go back to being a starter.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, so, like, that's not to say it's a death sentence that you're never going to start again.
Right.
It's just that right now, I think, given what they have, like, I know, Sproat went 4, yesterday, but, like,
could you do a piggyback with Patrick and Sproat, or are they too similar?
Maybe. They're a little different, but, like, you could. But, like, as I looking at him this year, like, he had the one start against the Blue Jays where he pitched really well. He pitched into the 7th. He pitched 1-6, 2/3. But otherwise, he hasn't gone further than 5 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know on the surface the difference between 5 innings and 6 innings doesn't sound like a lot, but it is.
But then he's also been the guy, too, that's kind of been, they do the opener and then he comes in, right?
And so that has no.
It's kind of like a bullpen a little bit.
But like I think he's done it before. Like he's come out of the bullpen to pitch before in a couple different ways, so I think he could do it. So I think that's what I would like to see if it was my decision.
Keep Logan Henderson there.
Yes, and because without question, Chad Patrick should be in the majors. He's a major league pitcher. It's just a matter of how do you utilize.
What's his best role?
Yeah, how do you put your best foot forward with him?
So, if you were to, let's assume everybody's healthy, okay? And say it was opening day, and you get to set up your top 1 through 5 rotation, okay? Who, 1 through 5, Brandon Woodruff's healthy, how would you set that up?
Well, I would probably go, I think Mizrowski won. That's the easy one. I would go Kyle Harrison, too.
Yeah, me too.
I think then maybe Woodruff 3.
Okay. Logan 4?
And then probably Logan 4, and then
Sproat 5?
Sproat 5, I think.
Of the guys then in the minors right now, Robert Gasser and Coleman Crowe, who do you think's closer to being an everyday starter? Because Gasser, it seems like it was a long time ago when he joined up.
It feels like forever. That was true, yeah. But, obviously, you can look at what Coleman Crowe did his most recent start and say, man, that's tempting.
Right.
But then you also got to remember that you've got Quinn Priester.
Yeah.
And now, granted, his rehab assignments haven't gone well.
So, what if Quinn Priester comes back? Is he better suited for the pen, too?
I don't think so. I still think he's a starter. But
starter? Okay.
I still think it's going to be a bit for him because, he did the rehab starts. It didn't go well, and then he kind of came back.
Mm-hmm.
So, I still think they may send him out again. Maybe later on, maybe they're just looking to see what's going on there because obviously something wasn't.
Throw him out with that.
Something wasn't right.
Yeah. So, okay, say Quinn Priester's then ready to come back. You've already got Chad Patrick to the bullpen.
What do you
Is
do?
it Sproat the odd man out then?
It might be. That's one of those things you cross that bridge when you get there, but I don't know.
And then, or do you do the 6-man rotation? I guess I'd rather be in that position than shorthanded like we were and you're trying to find.
Like the start of last year.
Yeah. Or where we're at the end of the season where it's like, hey, let's try out Dallas Keuchel or bring in Gio Gonzalez.
Right. And the thing with Brandon Sproat is if you look at his starts, you can see that, he's gone shorter. He's only gone more than 5 innings twice.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also tempting to look and see, if that were to develop where you moved him to the bullpen, you can see where his stuff would play up. And, I would have to look, and I got to see if I can find these stats here. I'd be very curious to see what here we go. His splits are first time through the lineup versus the rest. To see it, because it seems like outside of that, here we go. Outside of that first game where he got hammered. Right, yeah, okay. Well, his first time through the lineup, the OP, it's not great. It's 783, which is still not great. But then the second time through the lineup, the OPS jumps to over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see a world where you could talk yourself into, well, for right now, maybe he's a reliever. I don't know. But you also got to, maybe he's someone you still want to keep stretched out as a starter, so maybe he is sent down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Again, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah. All right. Let's take our final break, and then we'll wrap it up with some picks, shall we? Let's get right to it. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's wrap it up here with some picks, shall we? Let's start off in the NBA world, Brandon. Since we just got a few games here, we'll do Friday, Saturday, Sunday games. So tonight we've got the Knicks taking on the 76ers. Knicks lead that series at 2-0.
Ooh, Knicks look good. But I'm gonna say Philly gets this one.
I'm gonna go Philly too. So San Antonio versus Minnesota. Series tied at 1 apiece.
As bad as game 2 was for the T-Wolves, I don't think they come out that way again. I'm going to take T-Wolves in this one.
I'll go Spurs, but I think it's closer. Saturday, we've got Detroit and Cleveland. Detroit's looking good.
They are looking very good. They seem like they maybe got startled into rediscovering who they are after going down to Orlando. I'm going to see that Cape rolling, though. I'm going to go Detroit again.
Yeah, I'm going to go Detroit, too. So, OKC versus the Lakers.
I'll go Lakers.
I was going to go Lakers for this one, too. Sunday, we got New York and Philly again.
I'll go New York.
I'll go New York to take a 3-1 lead. And then San Antonio, Minnesota.
This game, Dan, you're going to appreciate this, though. It's Sunday evening, NBC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go Spurs. Need Marv Albert.
I'm going to go opposite of you, but we have the same result.
Yeah. We have the same idea.
Yep. Okay, let's go to the NHL. We've got Friday, Montreal at Buffalo. Buffalo leads 1-0.
Buffalo struck first. I'm going Montreal.
I'm going to go Buffalo. Vegas, Anaheim, series tied at 1 apiece.
I'm going to go Anaheim.
I'll go Vegas. Saturday, we've got Carolina at Philly.
I think Pittsburgh. I think Flyers get one here.
Yeah, I'll go Flyers too. Colorado at Minnesota.
Ooh, this is very much must-win territory for the Wild. I'll say they get one here.
I'm going to go Avalanche, though. And then Sunday, Buffalo at Montreal.
Buffalo.
I'll go Montreal in this one. Vegas, Anaheim.
Vegas.
So, all right, let's get to baseball where we are going to pick the series, not just a single game here. So, we've got Houston, Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, pretty rough. I'm going to go Cincinnati bounce back, though.
I am going to go Cincinnati, too. Let's go Colorado, Philadelphia.
I'll go Philly.
Philadelphia, Athletics, and Baltimore. I'll go Athletics. Let's go Angels and Blue Jays.
I'm going to go Blue Jays.
Tampa Bay and Boston.
Tampa Bay.
Washington, Miami. What are you laughing at?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm actually looking at the schedule too, so I just popped in my head. I will go with Miami.
I'm gonna go Miami too. Let's go Twins and Cleveland.
I'm gonna go Twins.
I'm gonna go Cleveland. Detroit, Kansas City.
I'll go Detroit.
I'm gonna go Kansas City. Let's go Seattle, White Sox.
Seattle.
Cubs, Rangers.
Go Cubs. They're
Don't say go Cubs. You're picking Cubs. Let's get it right.
I'm going to go in parentheses with the Cubs.
I am picking the Cubs.
I am choosing the Chicago Cubs to win this baseball series.
You heard it. Brandon said go Cubs.
You just did too.
I just said Brandon said go Cubs.
I can clip that to make it sound like that's what you said.
Do you know how to? How are you going to get that audio?
I'll go live stream.
Do you know how to take it off though? How to download it and edit it?
I'll just screen capture it on my phone.
You got to edit it though.
I know how to do that. I know how to use iMovie.
Mets versus Diamondbacks.
I'm going to go with the Mets.
Yeah, I'll go Mets too. No, I'm going to go Diamondbacks. Mets stink. Cardinals and Padres.
I'm going to go Cardinals.
Jeez, I'm going Padres. You're such a
Usually
Brewer hater right now. I mean, gosh. Braves and Dodgers.
I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
I'm going to go with the Dodgers too. Pittsburgh, San Francisco.
Barry Bonds Bowl. I'm going to go with San Francisco.
I'll go Giants. And then Brewers, Yankees.
Ooh. You know what? I'm going to say the Brewers find a way to win 2 or 3.
I'm going Yankees.
You Brewers hater.
Yeah, I am. So, yeah. But, all right. There you have it. That's our picks for this for this morning. So, let's we got a few minutes left to go here. We did golf towels one year already too. So
We did, yep.
Yeah, we did
Yep.
golf towels. So I don't want to do golf towels again.
I think
So
if there's any other golf like accessories that would work.
I had a couple people earlier in the week say divot repair, but I don't. Is anybody really? Because it'd be plastic, and I don't know if I want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
So you could always go golf balls.
Then you lose them.
Yeah, but people always need golf balls.
I know.
Tees?
Then you break them.
But they're designed to be broken.
What about like little mini coolers? Or is everybody in the Yeti stage as I drink water from my Yeti? I don't know. I feel like this should be easy, but I'm really struggling to find something.
Or an umbrella.
When I worked at the Y, we did those one year. There was a giveaway. It was a huge umbrella. I think I still have it somewhere, or maybe not. I don't know where. Yeah, it's in my office actually. It's and behind the door. So those are big. I don't know. I'm struggling. Not T-shirts. We got enough of those.
How about
I'm really relying on you. So
how about a cribbage board?
I wish. I did find somewhere that does the shake a date ice too, or I can't pull that one.
Yeah, that's.
I might get one as a giveaway for like a raffle thing or
There you
something.
go.
That would be cool. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking for the creativity though. I eventually still want, if somebody's got like a 3D printer and can do like 200 of these, like a few inch tall of our Winston Sasquatch. Yeah, that would be cool. Our mascot. So we got to get a Bigfoot costume to come out to the course
And just walk around?
And walk around. It's got to be somebody fairly tall though too.
Yeah.
I don't know who would volunteer to do that, but
That'd be fun.
yeah, I think so. Get somebody to dress and just kind of hide behind a tree or peek around.
Let's
and
put
do
it
the
this way.
Bigfoot
If
stride.
I wasn't golfing, I would do it.
Well, maybe we find somebody that could do it while you're golfing, and then you take over when you're not golfing.
As long as it's not 90 degrees out like that.
Okay, you can't change. You just said you would do it.
You
said you would
I'd be
do it.
Bigfoot from the waist up.
You just
Walking around in like shorts.
you put the bottoms on, the whole costume. When you're done golfing, you go in there and then you start just walking around.
Why has Bigfoot been sitting at the bar for 2 hours?
Wouldn't you? Right?
That's what I would do.
Yeah. So I wonder how much a Bigfoot costume is. Should have got one during Halloween time on clearance or something. We'll figure it out. But you just signed up, I think, for the 1 p.m. tea time slot too.
Did C-Bomb sign up for the 10 a.m. one?
C-Bomb has not signed up yet.
Whoa.
I know.
Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, Joey Lords. Yeah. Well, he hasn't chimed in. He's probably sleeping in or some random thing like that too, because people apparently have Fridays off now.
He's
so.
out on his yacht?
Probably. Chadwick, C-Bomb the third. Probably doing that. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll think of something, but I'm really struggling to think of that gift right now. Something I want it to be unique. I don't want it to be like a drawstring bag or anything like that. Everybody's got those, but we'll figure it out. All right. Shot clock's going to cut us off, Brandon. That's your homework assignment. Figure it out. Just figure it out. Figure it out, bud. All right.
You're a Danish in a donut shop.
Thank you. All right. That's going to do it for us. We'll be back Monday morning, 6 a.m., same place, same time. Hopefully we're talking about a Brewers series win. That would be nice. But have a good weekend. Talk to you soon.